Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate. This one's a big chonker.
Which, in comparison to our last big chonker, which was Gnarly Pele, at least this one makes sense. You know, somebody was posting in my stream yesterday, telling you when we were recording this, obviously. Somebody was posting in my stream yesterday how they were like, you know, I feel like Pele is popular enough on her own to not need to be rolled into, like, Gnarly and the Sakura 5 and BB shit. Because, like, Pele is a pretty popular, well-known Hawaiian figure, especially with Moana being so popular, because T.H.E is very Pele-coded, you know?
I agree with you there. I actually really agree with you there. I will also bring up, though, that there are other things that have been rolled into that grouping of servants that did eventually get their own servants or were their own servants to begin with. So
Tiamat.
Medusa's in there.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe we will get...
precluding her from being brought back at some point.
Yeah, so maybe we will get a Pele. But for today, we are covering the Shuten-no, or the Buddhist Four Heavenly Kings, and their leader, Minamoto no Raikō, or Minamoto no Yorimitsu? No, Yoshitsune.
No, Yoshitsune is Ushi.
Sorry.
Yorimitsu. I think you had it right the first time.
We were just, yeah. Minamoto no Yorimitsu. A historical figure who lived before other servants that we have done. By about 100, 200 years. About 100 years. You know? Ish.
Yeah.
Ish. Where's my page? Oh, okay. Sorry. I wanted a specific page and it did disappear. The familiar sight of
someone losing their page in their notes. And she's left.
Look, she sat on it. It's good enough for me. Sorry, you saw my cat behind me. She got a new window perch because she doesn't have great balance, so sometimes she like sits and then she falls asleep, but like she loses her balance when she falls asleep and she just falls over. Yes. You think she'd move if I just like supported that with some books right now? Gently?
Probably.
My love. Okay, well she's on it now, so she'll be back up on it later. So by the way, I did have some source books for this period. They're now going to be used to support that cat perch, along with some other stuff. Okay, that'll support one side. You want to pass me a pile of manhwa?
And find the one with the most transmigration stories.
That'll be the one
right
closest
here
to you and the furthest one.
Ah, yes, sweet revenge.
I don't know why you're taking revenge. You actually liked some of these. Oh, this is a temporary fix. For some reason, the suckers on this perch aren't sticking like super well, so I just want to make sure that she's not gonna like fall off.
Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So even if it collapses a little, it'll be caught by the books now. You can put that back in a pile over there. All right. Probably be fine at this point, but she got on it. Which is a good thing. So we know
she wants to go back on there.
Yeah.
Just don't pay attention to her next time we see it.
I'll do you one better. Part of the reason why she was uncomfortable was because she was out in the open. So we cover it slightly, and then it becomes a nice little safe perch for her. She'll be back eventually. All right. Where was I? So... mytho-history. What happens when the mythology and the history of a historical figure and a mythological character become so intertwined that they are one and the same, yet different at the same time. You get Minamoto no Raikō, or Minamoto no Yorimitsu. a fun little stop off in Japanese history during the Heian Kyo period. This character, so Minamoto no Yorimitsu, the historical figure, lived from about 948 to 1021 and served the regents of the Fujiwara clan at the time, who were in power. And he's one of the earliest members of the Minamoto family that has a lot attributed to him historically in terms of military exploits. He's very well known for his actions in quelling bandits that invaded at Oyama. But he also has a mythology about him, Minamoto no Raikō. In some ways, this is similar to servants we've done somewhat recently and even before, because the same thing kind of happens to King Arthur, right? The mythologizing of what may have been a historical character. And then even in a more recent context, we talked a little bit about the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomorians and the battles between them when we talked about Manannán mac Lir. And modern scholars believe that the Fomorians and the Tuatha De Danann were two proto-Celtic tribes inhabiting that area who were feuding. And then the Tuatha De Danann then gave rise to a lot of the clans that we track historically through records in that area of the world. So much in that way, Minamoto no Yorimitsu, who I'm now going to call Raikō because it's just easier to remember Raikō, is in many ways both a mythological character but also a historical one. Because according to the legend of Minamoto no Raikō, he was a samurai who served the regions of Japan, who at the time were the Fujiwara, and he's most famed for his defeat of the sake drinking ogre or demon known as Shuten-dōji. And the way that this legend goes is that travelers were being waylaid on their way to the capital of Kyoto, and treasures and women were being taken away from these people as they were traveling. And so at the time, a very famous member of the court, Abe no Seimei.
That name comes up a lot.
Abe no Seimei, he divined that it was the work of this demon Shuten-dōji and the followers of Shuten-dōji, and that there was a lot of activity specifically around the Rashomon Gate in the south of the city. And so one of Raikō's retainers, because Minamoto no Raikō famously had 4 retainers, Sakata no Kintoki, also known as Kaidomaro, who was from the house of Suzaku, Urabe no Suetake from the house of Seiryu, Usui Sadamitsu from the house of Genbu, and Watanabe no Tsuna from the house of Byakko. And each of them is both sort of some of them are historical figures and then also mythological figures, but like Sakata Kintoki is another one where it's mostly mythology, and it's a very popular like children's fairy tale story in Japan. So Watanabe no Tsuna went to confront the demon at the Rashomon Gate known as Ibaraki-dōji, or Thornbush Child. He was attacked but severed the demon's arm, and that demon was later able to retrieve his arm but never managed to return to the Rashomon Gate, and this Ibaraki was associated with Shuten-dōji. So Raikō and his 4 retainers were ordered by the emperor at the time to subdue these vicious oni that were attacking the city and the travelers. They disguised themselves as mountain ascetics and made their way to the lairs of the oni on Mount Oe, or Oyama, which is where we were talking about the subjugation of the bandits of Oyama by the historical figure Minamoto no Yorimitsu, right? This is where the kind of mythology crosses over with the history. There, with the help of magical sake, they tricked them into drinking themselves to sleep, whereupon they slew them all in their sleep. Raikō's also notable for a story involving the Tsuchigumo, or the shape-shifting earth spider, who tricked him into drinking poisoned medicine by disguising itself as his maid, but Raikō, who was ill, knew that something was wrong and wounded the demon, chasing it back to Mount Katsuragi before defeating it. Good girl. I believe in you. Yes!
I'm going to quickly step in here because you mentioned the Tsuchigumo.
Yeah, Tsuchigumo.
We actually do have that in Fate. We're not going to cover it today because there's a I'm going to cover it in a video that could use a slight bit of extension.
Well, you could have told me that.
But you can still go over the story. It's still good to have it here. But like, just know this is a monster in Fate that we will get to see eventually. But remember, it's also a spider monster, so maybe it's a good idea we're not doing this today.
There was a spider on stream yesterday.
I didn't stick around to see how you reacted to that.
It was fine. I did spend a good minute or two going, where's the spider? Where's the spider? Where's the spider? When I got to the point where I was free enough to fight the spider, only to find out the Housen had already killed it for me. Just made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside about him.
Yeah, we will cover the Tsuchigumo. I'll tell you right now, it's going in Doman's video.
Oh, Ashia Doman. Also, I'm pretty sure I recently drew either Shuten-dōji or Ibaraki-dōji. I think when I was drawing for King Arthur, maybe? And when I was drawing on stream with you after Pokemon. I think I might have drawn one of them at least.
I definitely know for a fact you've drawn some characters we're going to be covering here today.
Yeah, I didn't look at them, but I know I drew another one that we were going to be covering today on my own in those images I sent you if you look through them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember who it was. So, historically, Minamoto no Yorimitsu is a real historical person. Served in the imperial government, like I said before. His family lineage is very well recorded. In fact, I made a mistake earlier in the video. I said Minamoto no Yoshitsune, and that's because there's a kabuki play called Yoshitsune Senbon Zakura where Minamoto no Yoshitsune was also accompanied by 4 followers who were also called the Shiten-no for this kabuki play, right? But also Minamoto no Yoshitsune is Minamoto no Yorimitsu's descendant. Just a few generations down the line, too. I mean, we're looking at like a gap of like 120 years between the death of one and the birth of the other, and that is not a whole lot of generations. 4 at most, maybe 5, if you have people dying real fucking young. So, like, we've already talked about this time period, this area of the world, this particular ruling family, and these events. Which kind of makes it more interesting. Because I had mentioned Minamoto no Yorimitsu back when we talked about Minamoto no Yoshitsune, and you were like, not yet! And I was like, okay! Interestingly enough, I do, I will say, before I get into Minamoto no Raikō, I do know that Minamoto no Raikō in Fate is a gender bend. Because I did see a hentai figure in, like, this size on my computer screen, like, 6 months ago. And I do mean like that size in pixel. It was not very large. But I could tell it was a woman. So I do know that this is a gender bent.
You are mentally prepared for this.
I am mentally prepared. So, obviously, Raikō lived during the Heian period. Time of beautiful art and culture. Some of the greatest classics of Japanese literature were written during this time. The Tale of Genji, The Pillow Book, The Diary of...
Murasaki Shikibu.
Yep, that one. Kyoto was the imperial capital. That was really important. And the story of the bandits of Oeyama, as attested to in the history of Minamoto no Yorimitsu, is basically a direct parallel to the demons of Mount Oe in the Minamoto no Raikō mythology. So it's kind of mythologizing a historical event, right? Because Shuten-dōji was one of the bandit groups that he was subjugating, even in the Raikō story. When the stories were written and told, these groups of bandits became Oni and demons. It's possible historically that Raikō, if we're thinking that the historical story of Yorimitsu was translated pretty much 1-to-1 into sort of a magical tale of Raikō, then theoretically it is possible that they still gave the bandits like drugged wine, or tricked the bandits into drinking like drugged wine, and then killed them. But, you know, there could have been other reasons. I'm just saying that that's totally possible. This success against the bandits would earn Yorimitsu really high honors in the government and high governmental positioning. And this would make him very, very famous. Right?
Do you want to switch to the next tab, by the way?
Why?
Oh.
It's okay, honey.
Just felt appropriate.
She's going in and out of it.
Gotta get used to it.
Look,
she's testing it. That's fair.
I would be really happy if she gets used to it, because I just feel bad every time she fell over. She's on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see her little feet. He's so cute. Her little feet sticking out the bottom. I wonder if she wouldn't have preferred like a more solid bottom, and maybe that's why she keeps coming in and out, because it's cushion, but we'll see. All right, so one of the things that his loyal service and the defeating of the bandits in Oyama earned him historically was the governorship of Izu province in Kozuke, as well as high governmental position. He was the commander of a regiment of the Imperial Guard, secretary to the Minister of War, and when his father, Minamoto no Mitsunaka, died, he inherited Setsu province, as was his birthright. He himself is featured in a number of other legends as a supporting character or as a hero in those legends, notably being the one of Kintaro, or Sakata Kintoki, and Shuten-dōji and Tsuchigumo, which I've already talked about, and I probably shouldn't talk a whole lot more about. I did think something was interesting, though, was when I was looking him up, it turns out that, so he owned supposedly a couple of weapons, right? The first was a dojigiri, or a tachi, right? It was a tachi, a longsword, called dojigiri, which is now currently owned by the Tokyo National Museum and has been declared a national treasure and one of the Tenka Goken, or the 5 swords under heaven. And then he had another sword, Onikirimaru, which is now owned by the Tada Shrine, that has an accompanying legend that this is the sword that he beheaded Shuten-dōji with. And then 3 swords have the same name, Hizamaru, and are said to have belonged to him, but one is owned by the Daikakuji Temple, right? The Daikakuji Temple is located in Ukiyo-ku, which is a western ward in Kyoto. And one of the interesting things about it is that this temple was originally the residence of Emperor Saga, who reigned from 785 to 842, and it was the place where a lot of later emperors conducted cloistered rule from. And it's the home of the largest artificial lake and oldest Japanese garden ponds from the Heian period still existing and maintained, which I thought was pretty cool. However, there's another sword called Hizamaru, said to have belonged to a different temple, that says it belongs to the Hakone Shrine. The Hakone Shrine is on the shores of Lake Ashi in the Kanagawa Prefecture, and it has a couple enshrined kami, notably Ninigi no Mikoto, Konohana Sakuyo Hime, and Huri no Mikoto. But there's also a private and undisclosed individual who owns a 3rd sword, named Hizamaru as well, and all 3 were said to be the sword that he used to beat Tsuchigumo.
So somebody's lying.
Somebody's wrong. I don't know who it is.
But at least 2 of them aren't right.
I'd put my money on, if I had to make a guess on which one probably owns the closest to the real sword, I would say that Daikakuji, the one that was a cloistered emperor's palace and stuff, because that seems like the kind of place that would own a treasure like that. I'm not sure I trust the random individual who says that they own Hizamaru, the sword of... I mean, unless that's held by someone who is a surviving descendant of the Minamoto family. Like, direct line surviving descendant. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, I personally would go with the Daikakuji sword if you were going to go visit something. I mean, I just thought that was a fun little thing to talk about, because we do talk about these famous weapons sometimes. So we already know he's got 3 swords, right, that are famous for different parts of his myth. So he, in life, the historical character had 3 different wives. One was a member of the Fujiwara family, which was the ruling family at the time. Another one was from the Yoshishige family, but his one of his wives was from the Taira family.
I'm beginning to see where the family politics started to come from.
Because remember, Minamoto and Taira were the 2 offshoots that survived. Mm-hmm. It's kind of, oh my god, it's the Japanese War of the Roses. 2 offshoots of the imperial family. The straight imperial line dies out, and these 2 offshoots, which both boast an imperial ancestor and close family ties via intermarriage, start fighting over who's going to rule next.
So what you're saying is we need a multi-season long show.
Game of Thrones.
I was going to say Game of Thrones, like a more mythologized version of The Crown that like covers this entire family history and like goes through multiple bloody wars.
Because we have one for the War of the Roses. Technically, we have White Queen, White Princess, Spanish Princess. 3 seasons of shows covering the same thing.
Like, I want a 10-season long drama where you like follow characters and their descendants over long stretches of time.
Yes, I want a. You know what the best part about White Princess, White Queen, Spanish Princess? We're going to get off topic for a second. So, the 3 of them are based on historical fiction novels that are written by a woman. This woman writes really good historical fiction novels because she includes a lot of accurate history, but she makes sure to include some of those like superstitious, like magical theories about these characters. Like, one of the things she includes is that like it's said that the female line, right, that led to that preceded like Henry Tudor taking the throne, it's said that the females of that line, because we talked about it earlier, were the descendants of Melusine, right? And so they prayed to the water goddess Melusine to curse the Tudor line so that it would end with Henry Tudor, right? This would make a like, you see what I mean? That would be the perfect thing, because you could do this like court drama, because that's what they do in White Princess, White Queen, Spanish Princess. Like, it's all about like the court politics, but then also there's a little bit of magic here and there. You could definitely include like the Oni and stuff.
There's a lot contemporarily going on in this era.
You could do a lot. I
believe the story, like, you've got contemporary to this, you do have Sei Shonagon and Murasaki Shikibu in their courts.
Oh,
you have, what was it? Abe no Seimei is contemporary to this.
Yep.
Tamo no Mae with Abe no Seimei is also contemporary to this.
Yep. And honestly, if you were going to just follow it for a few generations, you could start here and end up with Ushi Wakamaru. You could start and end, right? Because this is like the War of the Roses. This is the start of these 2 families dividing, and then the victory of one family over the other in the further ruling of Japan for the next 300 years. It's not like the War of the Roses wasn't like a 40-year period that was covered in those 3 seasons of TV shows. You want to cover 100 years, 6 seasons.
End off on like the betrayal with Yoshitsune and his brother.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it would make a great thing. Somebody should look into this. It would make a killing.
This is Japan that needs to do it, so we're not reaching at all the audience that needs to hear this.
No, this absolutely needs to be made by like Japanese scholars, but you know, yeah, I'll take what I can get.
Watch as the comments tell us one exists, and you and I both have an obsession for the next 3 years.
Yeah, but remember when we did Cha-Cha? I actually watched that 30-episode Japanese period drama about the 3 sisters. Was
it good?
It was amazing.
Oh, you gotta link me to that sometime.
Yeah, no, it was fucking great, because it was just court drama and the 3 sisters. It's amazing. Nobody does period dramas like Asia. I mean, the British ones are good, but they're always like limited, like short series. Man, no, you want like 50 episodes of imperial court politics, you watch the Asian ones. Anyways, Yorimitsu wrote poetry about his wife. One of them. That was just funny to me. All right, so I think what I'd like to talk about next is I'm going to talk about Shuten-dōji next, because that seems like the next logical place to go.
You're welcome to try finding that tab.
I'm going to follow that with Sakata Kintoki. So we're going to talk about Shuten-dōji next. Yeah. So Shuten-dōji is the person who was killed by the hero Minamoto no Raikō. In Japanese legend, they're a mythical demon, and supposedly, even though the demon was decapitated by Raikō, its detached head still took a bite at him, and the only reason he avoided that was because he was wearing multiple helmets stacked on top of his head, which I think is absolutely hilarious. So Shuten-dōji had a lair on Mount Oe, which was northwest of Kyoto, or, depending on the version, Mount Ibuki. It's also been said that the original Mount Oe, that the original mountain was Oe, so that's the older one on the western edge of the city of Kyoto. So, this could be Mount Oe, it could be Mount Ibuki, but most sources agree that Mount Oe is correct. So, the oldest texts we have surviving that talk about Shuten-dōji are from the 14th century, and it's actually a picture scroll held in an art museum called Tale of Mount Oe in Pictures and Words, or Oyama Ekotoba. It's later incorporated into the Otogi-zoshi, or companion tales, and it was widely read as a woodblock print called the Otogi Bunko, or companion library, especially the version of it that was published in 1720. So this is a very well-known story that has been published multiple times in multiple different eras. There's a set of texts which place Shuten-dōji's fortress at Mount Ibuki, but this particular group of texts says that the village's avatar identity is the demon king of the sixth heaven, or Dairoku Tenmao, whereas the Mount Oe localized texts do not call their own villages Honji, the demon king of the sixth heaven, with the exception of the oldest, which is the Oyama Ekotoba, right? So we figure going with the oldest is probably the best bet. The longer a story goes, the more is changed about it, so the oldest version should theoretically be the purest version for where it comes from. Unfortunately, there are 2 mountains named Mount Oe in the province.
How does that happen?
There's one in the northwest and one in the west. So, that's fun. So we're just gonna assume it's Mount Oe, and you can choose which mountain you want.
Based off the FGO map, I think we're thinking of the northwest one for Fate.
That is the one attested in the older version. So the oldest version of the story of Shuten-dōji says that during the reign of Emperor Ichijo, 986 to 1011, there was a massive number of missing people reported to the capital city in Kyoto, most of these victims being young women, as we read about earlier. Abe no Seimei, who was a famous onmyodo, or diviner in the imperial court at the time, determines that Shuten-dōji, the king of Mount Oe, is responsible for this, and the emperor commands Minamoto no Raikō and Fujiwara no Hosho to exterminate this demon. Raikō has his 4 tenants called the Shitano, but Hosho has only a junior secretary of Daizaifu to assist him. They left the party in Kyoto in 995 to go chase down this demon. They encountered a group of 4 men who turned out to be 4 deities transformed, and upon their recommendation, Raikō and his retinue disguised themselves as old priests. They traveled through a cave tunnel, secret tunnel, through the mountains, secret tunnel. They came across a river and found an old woman who had been kidnapped doing the laundry. She explained that all of the young maidens who were kidnapped were being forced to act as maids, but the demon ogres would wantonly kill them, eating their flesh and drinking their blood, which is why not a lot of them survived. So these warriors, disguised as priests, convinced this ogre king to give them lodging. He treated them with sake, and he began to tell all about himself and how he was called Shuten-dōji, the sake-drinking kid, by his underlings because of how much he loved drinking sake, and how these oni had been displaced from their ancestral homes of the Hira Mountains when the Enryaku-ji temple was built, and have therefore been at Mount Oe since around the year 849. So, oh, woe is me! There was a shrine built, and we demons were displaced from our homeland. So now we slaughter and eat the women here instead of there. Sorry. Raikō offers Shuten-dōji the sake given to him by the 4 deities they had run into earlier on the road, and this sake was magical in nature, and it rendered him incapacitated. The warriors dressed up in their armor and weapons, which were concealed in their backpacks, and they stormed the sleeping quarters, and while the 4 deities held down the ogre's limbs, Raikō cut off his head with a single stroke of his sword, but it snapped its jaws, aiming at his head. Unfortunately, he was wearing 2 of his men's helmets in addition to his own. No reason for why he was doing this. He didn't just put them on after killing this dude. No. Presumably 2 of them just weren't wearing helmets, and he was wearing 3. Now think about these Japanese helmets. Look at this picture on this page. Picture 3 of them sitting on top of one another. Just picture it. Just think about that in your head for a second. Let it sink in. Fate better show me that. I want to see 3 of those stacked. They returned triumphantly to Kyoto with the head, which was then laid to rest in the treasure house of Uji, or Uji no Hozo, at the Byodo-in temple. According to this Oyama Ekotoba version, Shuten-dōji returned to his true form when he slept, and was thus 50 feet tall in height, with a red body. He had 5 horns on his head and 15 eyes. One leg was white, the other was black, and his arms were yellow and blue. However, there is a slightly later version called the Otogi Bunko version, and this has been printed into English translation. There are some similarities and differences, but this version is relatively vague about the actual time frame for what's happening, and the diviner then used is Muraoka no Masatoki rather than Abe no Seimei. And Masatoki names all the demons of Mount Oe of Tanba province as the culprit. In this version, the Mikado commands the formation of a squad consisting of 6 standard warriors, Minamoto no Raikō, his 4 guardians, and Hosho. In this version, because the demons are shapeshifters, the group decides to pay homage to 3 shrines, the Yawata, Sumiyoshi, and Kumano, and therefore they then meet the gods of the 3 shrines disguised as old men, and they are given a sake, which is a divine elixir which is poisonous to demons. At this point, even though Raikō already has his own red helm in his backpack chest, the gods give him another helmet, which he is instructed to wear when he decapitates the enemy. And then as during the infiltration stage in this version, when they encounter the hostage working as the laundress, she is 16 or 17 years old and the daughter of a noble. She reveals the name of the place and where it is and tells the lieutenants about the 4 ogres, Shuten-dōji's lieutenants. They still pretend to be ascetics to gain entry, but Raikō then says that he follows the way of En no Gyoja, who is compassionate towards demons, which is what allows them entrance. When Shuten-dōji tells his life story in this version, where he says he's originally from Echigo province, he recounts how his henchman Ibaraki-dōji lost an arm in the encounter with Watanabe no Tsuna, who is one of Raikō's men who is there. Here, they also all equip their swords and go in to raid his sleeping chamber. And Raikō has a sword called Chisui, or Bloodsucker. And the ogre actually wakes up as they're attacking him and says, "How sad, you priests, you said you do not lie. There is nothing false in the words of demons, at least," calling them out for their trickery in bringing him down. And at this point, he is protected by the helmet given to him by the gods and his own helmet. But at this point in this version, Ibaraki-dōji and Watanabe no Tsuna engage in an extended, prolonged fight, during which time Raikō decapitates Ibaraki-dōji as well. Then all the female prisoners are liberated and the warriors return triumphant. So in this version, Ibaraki-dōji, who's famous in his own right, and we're going to talk about him later, just plays the role of one of Shuten-dōji's henchmen. But it also names 4 other underlings, Hoshikuma-dōji, Kuma-dōji, Torakuma-dōji, and Kane-dōji. And in this version, Shuten-dōji's 4 divine kings are described by the laundress girl, so they know about them in existence. Like, they already know about them when they go in. I personally think that this later version, it seems like most of the changes that were made were made to just fill in gaps in the original myth that was slightly light on detail.
dramatization of it.
Yeah, and it also just seems like they're just filling in the details that were not provided.
Because like in the original myth, Ibaraki kind of disappears after getting his arm back.
Yep. Yeah. And so it's not just that, but I mean, even in the, so like, why did the gods show up to them on the road? Oh, because they went to pray at their shrines along the way. It seems like this version is just trying to answer the questions you might have about the original texts. So I don't really find it to be conflicting with the original. So I think we can absolutely...
It's just an expansion, really.
Exactly. It might be a later expansion, but I still think it's very valid and an interesting read.
And a lot of the stuff is later expansion. Like, I believe Tsuna didn't get a lot of role until around that time with that version of it.
Yeah. So it kind of gives more prominence to certain characters, explains any sort of missing bits, which honestly could have just been missing because they were left out of the Oyama Tokoba, but were there originally. So it could be that some of these are genuine details that were told with this story. Interestingly enough, something fun about these kind of Japanese myths is that most of the swords and like weapons and armor used by these characters had names, and they were like very famous elements of the mythology. So Each of them had these like chest backpacks that carried all their stuff. In Raikō, he had the sword Chisui, called Bloodsucker. He also had vermilion armor, which is like a brilliant sort of like reddish color, that was called the Randen Gusari, or Randen Chain. A helmet that matched, called the Shishio, or the Lion King or Lion Lord helmet. Hosho's box contained a 2-foot-long Ko Naginata called Iwikiri, or Cutting Rocks, or Stone Cutter. Tsuna had a sword named Onikiri, Cutting Demon or Demon Slasher, and a yellow-green set of armor and a helmet. And then there is, we talked about earlier, Dojigiri, an existing Japanese tachi or longsword, which is one of the 5 swords under heaven, is associated with being the one that killed Shuten-dōji. And Tada Shrine also has a tachi, which says that it was used to defeat Shuten-dōji. And Kitano Tenmangu owns a tachi that has been handed down as Onikiri or Higekiri, which is also ascribed to this tradition. So we don't actually know which of these swords is potentially the one that decapitated Shuten-dōji, but they've all been accredited with that. So Japanese mythology says that Shuten-dōji was the strongest demon in all of Japan, and so he is one of the 3 most feared yokai in all of the kind of medieval Kyoto period, alongside Tamamo no Mai and Otakamaru, which we've never talked about on the channel before.
Deep breaths. Is one of those water and one of them something else?
Coffee. Coffee, water.
Do you mind if I steal a sip of your coffee if it's not decaf?
It's not decaf.
Can I steal a sip of it?
You can have what's left if you want.
Thank you.
Because it's about to go cold, so I'm not going to be drinking any more of it.
Sorry, I want to make sure I don't die on my way home, so
You're
caffeine
good.
sounds great.
You're good. It's also, there's so much vanilla in it.
Oh, yeah, I taste the vanilla.
I like my coffee white like my skin. Did that get you a little bit?
You almost got coffee on your skin.
You wouldn't have noticed because it's the same color. See this coffee complexion, viewers? Tells you how much French vanilla I put in it. It's okay, I brew it strong to make up for it. So there is some local folklore about Shuten-dōji and sort of legends about him that aren't directly related to the killing of him by Minamoto no Raikō. So according to some legends, he was born in Echigo, which we mentioned before, but it's also been said that he was born from the base of Mount Ibuki, and in the and has to do with the legend of the defeat of Yamata no Orochi and Susanoo, where the giant snake fled from Izumu to Omi and had a child with the daughter of a wealthy man, and that child was Shuten-dōji, both father and son, having a thirst for sake, often cited as the connecting factor between them.
I'm really glad you're bringing this up.
I'm glad I am too now. So according to the Otogi Bunko version, which is the secondary one that had the more details ascribed to it, Shuten-dōji comes from the Edo province, now known as Niigata Prefecture, and had been alive since the beginning of the Heian period, when Dengyo Daishi and Kobo Daishi were active. Legends say that he was a page of the Kokojoji, and that there is a Chigodo where he is said to have passed through. In one version of this story, he was the son of a blacksmith in Echigo, but was in his mother's womb for 16 months, and when he came out, he had teeth and hair and was able to walk and talk on the level of a 5 to 6-year-old, and had the wisdom and strength of a 16-year-old, and a rough temperament, and due to his wit and temperament, he was shunned as an Oni child. According to the Zentai Heiki, when he was 6 years of age, his mother abandoned him, and he wandered from place to place, walking the path towards becoming an Oni. There's another legend that since he was scorned as an Oni child, he was put into the custody of a temple, but the chief priest of that temple had an unorthodox methodology when it came to raising children, and thus he became an Oni through those unorthodox practices. In the Mount Ibuki version, He was born from the large stake. So Yamato no Orochi fled past Mount Ibuki, and he had a dalliance with a human girl who was a page at... And so he was born from this, and he became a page at Mount Hiei at an early age and went through training. But he was a huge sake drinker, which was forbidden by Buddhism at the time. And so it was hated by everyone. And during a religious festival, he dressed in an oni costume, but was not able to take it off because it was stuck to his face. And then he started his life as an oni in the mountains, where he would then meet Ibaraki-dōji, and together they would attack Kyoto. There is another version where he's from the Nara prefecture, where he was a page at the Byakugo-ji temple in Nara prefecture, but when he found a corpse on a nearby mountain and brought the meat back to the temple, he made his teacher eat it without telling him that it was human flesh. And then he would bring back a lot of meat subsequently, not only from corpses he found, but also from murdering people. And one day the priest teaching him was suspicious about the amount of meat that he was bringing back and followed him, and then abandoned him on a mountain, and there he would become Shuten-dōji, which would kind of coincide with the flesh-eating parts of his story, like the fact that he ate the flesh of humans. So the Mount Oe legend says that from the Heian period to the Kamakura period, he lawlessly wandered through the capital and had a base in a mountain in the Tanba province, or Oe, in Nishikyokyu in Kyoto, also known as Oe-no-Saka, as well as having another base in a neighboring district. There is a theory that, the prevailing theory here is that if he is identified with Mount Oe, it is because he is a representation of the bandits within Oe who harassed passing travelers. So there are legends of his origins that do not have to do directly with the fact that Minamoto no Raikō's story about him is almost certainly a mythologized version of a historical account. So he does exist separately of this mythologized history on his own as a character, which is important to note. He's not just a creation of these bandits being turned into demons. No, he was a convenient demon with which people could say that these bandits turned into. Supposedly, Naraiji Temple in Kyoto Prefecture has the sake bottle and cup used to pour the sake that poisoned him. That's a site I would visit. So, Shuten-dōji and Ibaraki-dōji were pretty well known for rampaging through Kyoto together. But there's a couple theories about them. One of them being that Ibaraki-dōji may not have been male, but may have been female, and the two were lovers. And so that's one of the reasons as to why they worked together.
Take a crack at what you think fate's gonna do with Ibaraki-dōji.
I hope one of them's male and one of them's female. That would be great. Actually, based on that, I feel like maybe... Question.
Yeah?
You told me to look into the Yamato no Orochi.
You've pretty much covered kind of what I wanted you to. So
I was wondering if that's what you
you're
wanted
welcome
me to
go
cover.
off, but there will be other times to go into.
No, because we talked about
like.
Susanoo and the Yamato no Orochi in other videos. So I feel pretty comfortable leaving that there and not talking about it anymore. So, just realizing that that's what we've already talked about. I do think I do want to talk about Ibaraki-dōji next, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Cool. So, Ibaraki-dōji, the second demon that we were talking about. Let's see. To get my thing ready.
Knowing the order of my tabs, if I just click Control, that's not how it works.
Nope, not in my computer. There you go. I don't have my keys mapped.
Oh, yeah.
I don't key map my computer. I just let it all hang out.
I'm sorry, for once I try to use the comments suggestion.
Nope. So, much like Shuten-dōji, Ibaraki-dōji has many varied legends about his birthplace and origins, or her birthplace and origins. Something a lot of them can agree on is that Ibaraki-dōji, much like Shuten-dōji, was born with teeth, which is not usual for human children, I have learned since taking osteology. The images of cutaways of teeth in a infant skull will scar me forever. Have you seen them?
No, I could look them up now though.
No. We're gonna show our viewers. Isn't that lovely? Like, doesn't that just make you feel warm and fuzzy inside?
It's nostalgic. I used to have a bunch of growing extra teeth that they had to surgically remove.
Yes, so it's not normal to be born with teeth in your mouth. Teeth develop quickly, but it is not normal for them to already be there when you come out into the world for the first time. I can say that with full confidence after my osteology course.
I don't think I was that bad, but...
Well, because humans have deciduous teeth and permanent teeth, right? Mm-hmm. And so our deciduous teeth come in first, but all of those teeth up above, those are our permanent teeth developing to push the deciduous ones out. So all of our permanent teeth grow in the space around here while you're a child, which is why if you have like traumatic injuries to the front of your face when you're a child, like you get punched in the face or something gets smashed in, you can have severe dental developmental problems because if it fucks with the developing of your teeth will never emerge correctly. They will not erupt properly, and you will have to have reconstructive surgery and replacements and all sorts of stuff done. Teeth are delicate and yet conservative in terms of change. Teeth do not change very often. Our teeth formula has been the same for longer than just about any other part of our body, and our teeth change very, very slowly on an evolutionary scale because you don't fuck with the thing that makes you able to eat. You do not. Anyway, so you shouldn't be born with teeth, which means a baby born with teeth is a bad sign. So people feared that Ibaraki-dōji would become a giant. And once they had become a demon, they met Shuten-dōji, and according to some versions, became his subordinate, and according to others, a fellow demon who worked together to aim for the capital of Kyoto. Their gender is generally ambiguous, some stories calling them a Kijo or a female Oni, and others a male. The female version is theorized to be Shuten-dōji's lover. But, so he is part of this gang that was based in Mount Oe. This gang kidnapped the girls of wealthy families and was eventually destroyed by Minamoto no Yorimitsu and his 4 vassals. But Ibaraki-dōji theoretically escaped in some versions. So we talked about that kind of secondary version, and in that version, he is beheaded by Yorimitsu. But in other versions, he's generally not.
I think the timing of where he loses his arm can differ between versions as well, either before the beheading of Shuten-dōji
before or after. Because that legend has to do with Watanabe no Tsuna and cutting off his name using a tachi, longsword named Higekiri. Fun fact, the tachi known as Onikirimaru is supposedly held by the Kitanu Tenmangu shrine. So, according to the Ichigo theory of his birth, it's said that, much like Shuten-dōji, he was also born in Ichigo, born in Ganbara, same as Niigata, basically, and he was born in the mountain recesses of the Koshi district. Ibaraki-dōji was given to the Yahiko Jinja, and the Yahiko Jinja is a Shinto shrine in the local district. It's said that the two of them engaged in sumo there, and there is a small shrine that enshrines Ibaraki-dōji. In that same area, the family name Ibaraki is actually quite common, so it's said that those of that family have a practice of not wrapping beans on the last day of winter on the traditional Japanese calendar, and that a delinquent will come out of the family if they make gables on their roofs, which is why there are no architectural gables on traditional homes there, which I thought was a really fun superstition because it's true, like, different roof styles can denote different beliefs about things that fall from the heavens, and I think that's really interesting. So as a child, Ibaraki was said to be a beautiful boy who received many love confessions from girls, and he wooed many females. But his mother was anxious about his future, and so sent him to the Shinto shrine. But, unfortunately, one time when he came home, his mother found a love letter that was smeared with blood hidden in his luggage. And upon licking that blood once with his finger, he turned into a demon, following that, broke the gable on the roof and fled from his home. At that time, he heard about a girl who died from pessimism because she didn't get a reply to her love letter, and upon opening a tsuzura within the letter, strange smoke rose out of it. He lost consciousness and became a demon, fleeing the shrine and reaching out to the far extremes of evil. Ibaraki and Shuten-dōji found sympathy for one another, and according to this version, he became his underling. They attacked the surrounding villages together, but when his mother heard this story, it said that she stood in front of him wearing the clothes he had as a newborn. And because of these memories, he promised not to tread that land again, going to other places and eventually ending up in the capital, which is a little bit funny. So there is a different version called the Setsu theory. This one also places him born at the base of Mount Ibuki, but does not associate it with the Yamato no Orochi. According to this one, once again, after a difficult delivery, after 18 months of pregnancy, he was born with teeth, immediately able to walk, and he laughed at his mother, causing her to die of shock. His father threw him away in front of the Kamiyui in Kuzugami Forest, and he was raised by the lady of the barbershop who didn't have a child. He excelled in strength and physique at a young age, but was too much for the barbershop lady, but was eventually taught a job at the barbershop and theoretically should have been able to settle down into his life. But one day he accidentally nicked a customer's face with his razor, had his hand stained in blood, and tried licking it to clean it, but he got used to the taste of blood, at which point he began deliberately injuring customers, using razors on their face, and drinking their blood, angering those at the barbershop. And so he leaned against a bridge over a brook, hanging his head down, and noticed that he had become a demon when he looked at his reflection in the water. So he fled to the mountain in Tanba, meeting Shuten-dōji in this. And supposedly the bridge was then called Ibaraki-dōji Sugetama Bashi, but no longer exists, although there is a monument with an inscription at the site where it used to be located. Which I think is a fascinating origin story. Really, really talk about the kind of slow descent into evil. So, Mount Oe, right? He was part of this gang that was causing so much damage. So, in one version, right, by the time that they had slayed Shuten-dōji, Ibaraki-dōji, when he was fighting with Watanabe no Tsuna, saw Shuten-dōji die and did not want to die, so he fled. So in most versions, he fled from the battle. But his legend with Watanabe no Tsuna is told in the Tale of Heike, which I have back there, the Tai Heike, the Zentai Heike, which we talked about with Shuten-dōji, the Genpei Josui, and then he also appears in the Atoge-zoshi and the Rashomon no play. So there are slight differences across all those different versions, but the general idea is that Watanabe no Tsuna cut off one of his arms, but eventually he went back to retrieve his arm from Tsuna. There is a version that has to do with Ichijo Midorihashi. So in this version, he appears on the Ichijo Midorihashi, and a young, beautiful girl was on the road, worried, and so Watanabe no Tsuna made her ride on a horse, but the girl transforms into a demon, grasping Tsuna's hair, flying into the air, and going to Mount Atago. Tsuna, not panicked at all from these actions, cuts off the Oni's arm and averts disaster, escaping. He then shows the demon's arm to Minamoto no Raikō, and Raikō consults with an onmyoji, typically accepted to be Abe no Seimei, who said that this demon will come for its arm, so confine yourself inside your house for 7 days, and do not let anyone in. Several days later, Ibaraki would try to invade Tsuna's estate using his remaining arm, but due to the power of a humane King Sutra and a talisman, he was not able to. On the evening of the 7th night on Setsu, Tsuna's aunt, Mashiba, came to his estate, and he told her the circumstances and said that his aunt cannot come in, right? Cannot let anyone in. But the old aunt was grieving. From a young age, I raised you with care, and you reward me by not allowing me into your estate? And so he disobeyed his instructions, opened the estate to his aunt, but his aunt was Ibaraki-dōji in disguise the entire time.
Dun dun dun!
While still in his aunt's appearance, Ibaraki-dōji expresses the desire to see the arm cut off from the demon, and after looking at it and having it taken out of its box seal, turns back into a demon, snatches the arm, flies through the air, breaks the gable on the roof, and disappears into the distance in the sky. See that roof gable? That roof gable is important. So the Rashomon Gate version of the story. So this happens after the Mount Oe extermination. So the previous one happens before. This one happens after. And according to this, after the extermination ended and people calmed down, Raikō and his 4 kings were gathered together at a drinking banquet, but they heard stories that Oni had been appearing in Rashomon. While they were doing a test of courage, it became Tsuna's turn. He went to the door, met a demon, and as a result, cut off its arm. That's version number 1. Version number 2. Tsuna, who did not think there was a survivor, went to see Rashomon, and there was Ibaraki-dōji, or a beautiful girl who was Ibaraki-dōji in disguise, and as a result, he cut off her arm. Ibaraki-dōji transforms into a woman a lot to lure people in, it seems like. Eventually, Ibaraki would change back and reclaim his arm. After retrieving his arm, Ibaraki-dōji's whereabouts are not definite. According to the Setsu, there are some stories where he went back home, but some stories where he went back home and then was later chased away. So it kind of depends on where you place it in the story, because if it happens before Mount Oe and then you follow the Otobo, he dies at Mount Oe. If you put it after Mount Oe, he does not die in any version. He always comes back for his arm and then escapes. But in the Oyama, he is not present when Shuten-dōji is being killed, but his arm is cut off, which could mean that it happens after if it's the Rashomon story, or before if it's the other story. But either way, they go their separate ways. Ibaraki-dōji, still at large. Hashtag 2024. Sorry, I just thought that was funny.
Nah, you good.
Let's see. I'm just gonna...
So if you have any notes on the remaining 2 Heavenly Kings, I'll say we aren't going to cover them as much today. They're just kind of touch on them here while we're talking about them.
I was gonna go on to Sakata Kintoki next.
Oh yeah, I forgot we haven't touched on Sakata Kintoki.
Yeah, I haven't even really talked about Watanabe no Tsuna outside of his association with Ibaraki-dōji.
True.
But from Minamoto no Raikō, like the logical splice was into Shuten-dōji.
Yeah.
And then Shuten-dōji is connected to Ibaraki-dōji, who's connected to Watanabe no Tsuna. So we're actually gonna do Watanabe no Tsuna next, because that seems the logical place to go.
Yeah.
We're going a little backwards, but it's fine. It's fine. So, Watanabe no Tsuna, one of the characters in the story I have more information for. We do not have as much about Usui Sadamitsu or Urabe no Suetaka. So, 953 to 1025, he was a Japanese samurai, a known companion of Minamoto no Yorimitsu, and one of the earliest samurais to be famed for military exploits in great tales. Fun fact, according to Japanese history, this is the first person to ever take the surname Watanabe, and now it is the 5th most common surname in Japan, which I think is fucking hilarious. So, Watanabe no Tsuna was a member of the Saga Genji branch of the Minamoto clan, and his official name was Minamoto no Tsuna. He was the great-great-grandson of Minamoto no Toru, who was the son of Emperor Saga, who lived from 786 to 842, the 52nd Emperor of Japan. So he is part of this ruling caste. He would eventually establish the Watanabe branch of the Minamoto clan, taking the name from his stronghold at Watanabe in Setsu province. And in 1020, he was appointed Tango no Kami, or governor of Tango province. He was also the step-grandson of the Seiwa Genji and Minamoto no Mitsunaka, and therefore was companion in arms, as well as to his step-uncle, who was Minamoto no Yorimitsu. So these people have a familial connection, as well as sort of like sharing caste and time period. He features in a lot of Yorimitsu's adventures and has joined him in fighting many monsters across the tales that he's mentioned in. In one version, he's the person who accompanies Raikō to Yamamba, a man-eating hag's hut, and there they find the boy known as Kintaro. This would eventually become Sakata no Kintoki, often shortened to just Kintoki. His other comrades include Urabe no Suetaka and Usui Sadamitsu, who are we going to get together. And it's said that Watanabe actually helped Raikō in the slaying of the Tsuchiguma Earth Spider. However, his most famous feat in legend is the defeat of Ibaraki-dōji, single-handedly at the Rashomon Gate in Heian-kyo. He amputated his arm with a Japanese longsword named Higekiri that was forged at the same time as the Hizumaru sword used by Yorimitsu to repel Tsuchigumo. At the present, it's owned by Kitano Tenmangu Shrine and has had its name changed. There's some beautiful wood carvings of... I want to see. Have you seen this wood carving? That was fucking stunning.
I believe Kintoki or Kintaro is often associated with children's tales, Watanabe no Tsuna is often associated with the more romantic kind of depiction, right?
Yes, he is. Yeah. So we've talked a lot about the Ibaraki myth. We know pretty much what we need to do on his side, but so Tsuna was a strong and valiant swordsman. Apparently his battle with Ibaraki raged on for quite a while until he finally drew his katana, severing the arm of the demon. So this man was an accomplished fighter. So, the next thing we want to talk about with him is Tsuna and Hashihime. So, there's a curse called the Ox Hour Curse, based on Hashihime of Uji, or Princess of the Uji Bridge. And this legend is a source of the Ushi no Toki Mighty Curse ritual. According to it, Hashihime... as a mortal, was the daughter of a nobleman, but consumed by jealousy, made a wish to become a demon capable of destroying her rival in love. After 7 days, she was given a revelation by the deity to bathe for 37 days in the Uji River. The earliest written text occurs in the Tale of Heike, under the Book of Sword chapter. According to this, her human life was during the reign of Emperor Saga, but she lived beyond her normal lifespan as a demon, eventually being able to prey on Watanabe no Tsuna at the Ichijo Modoribashi. It's supposedly this Hashihime is sometimes considered to be one and the same as Ibaraki-dōji. It depends on the tale, but we actually talked about this particular bridge encounter, right? And it's said that she had her arm severed by the sword Higekiri, and this arm was kept and the power contained by Abe no Seimei. So Watanabe no Tsuna has really got a thing for cutting off these people's arms and then sealing them away.
Let me tell you a spoiler here. This is going to remain true for Fate.
I would assume so. Watanabe no Tsuna had a very famous sword. It was a T.H.E called the Sun Naishi, which was about 82 centimeters long, forged by a great blacksmith. There's a couple nicknames for this sword, also known as Higekiri and Onikiri, which we've already talked about. He also had a sword called... No, he did not have a sword called anything else. It's just that one. Okay. That's what I have on Watanabe no Tsuna. And I hope I didn't need more because it was hard to find stuff.
You got pretty much what I needed.
And plus, maybe anything else you need is going to come up in a little bit when I pull up other stuff. Now we'll move back to Kintaro.
Woo, the golden boy.
So, I actually found a Edo-era children's picture book that had been translated into English.
So you actually got to read it?
Yes.
Awesome.
I actually got to read it.
Do you want to shift us over?
Yes, complete with being able to see the images used in this book, which I thought was super cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah, so it's on this website that does picture books from the Edo period.
Well, this is one of the more famous Japanese children's tales here. So
yeah, so this is called Kintoki Osanadachi, and it was published in 1735. It is currently owned by the Tokyo Metropolitan Central Library, with some of the missing pages being filled in by a copy in the collection of the Daitokyo Memorial Library. Okay, so it covers the early years of the life of Sakata Kintoki. Let's see. So it's said that long ago people talked about the mountain from which strange spiritual powers arose, and those who lived deep in the forest raised a little boy named Kaidomaru. Kaidomaru is the childhood name of Sakata Kintoki. He grew up strong and brave, and all the animals in the forest became his followers and allies. The wild boar, the fox, the rabbit, they pulled the wagon for him. Kaidomaru asked the fox, "Can't you pull it more smoothly?" And the fox said, "Is this really a human child?" Off to the side, the monkey was crying out in surprise, and the farmers reacted to seeing this sight by saying, "Is that the son of the mountain witch?" A bear once asked Kaidomaru to compete in a neck-pulling contest of strength, where they pull up wide bands around the necks of one another and try to throw them down. But when the pulling started, Kaidomaru pretended as if he were losing, and in the next moment pulled the great bear down. The bear said, I give up, you're too strong for me." And Kaidomaru said, "Bear, is that the best you can do? I know you can do better." The bear went back to its clan, but Kaidomaru said, after being in a staff pulling contest, he said, "Oh, this time I compete against you, I accept your challenge." And it happened that Hirai no Yasumasa, who was a retainer of Minamoto no Raikō, was in the neighborhood hunting, and he saw him vying with this chief bear in this staff pulling contest. And he said, "What an amazing child, I must urge Master Raikō to take him into his service straight away." And so he was taken into the service, but Kaidomaru liked sumo, so he made a sumo ring in the forest for animals to compete in. The best match was between the boar and the wolf, with Kaidomaru acting as the referee. After spending the day with the animals in the forest, he went home, and then he went home riding on the back of the wild boar, followed by the rabbit. So that's kind of the stories of his early life, is that he would challenge all of these forest animals to fights, and the farmers knew him as the son of the mountain witch, and he was kind of scouted by a retainer of Minamoto no Raikō to become one of his 4 generals because of his great strength and feats, which I think is that's a really cool origin. Like, this feels like a Monkey King-esque level origin story, which just seems like really fun. You know what I mean?
I could see like a retelling of this story, like starting from his perspective if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So supposedly he was raised on Mount Ashigara by a mountain witch, and eventually became known as Sakata no Kintoki. He's super popular in kabuki drama and bunraku, and on Boys' Day in Japan, it is customary to put up a Kintaro doll for boys in the hopes that they will become just as brave and strong as he was. So, I mean, you're right, is that Watanabe no Tsuna has these very sort of romantic tales about him and women and the cutting off of these demons' arms, whereas Sakata Kintoki is like, Children's Day, let your child be as brave as he once was. Which I just think is really fun. So in one version of the tale, this mountain witch was his mother, but she was impregnated by a clap of thunder sent from the red dragon of Mount Ashigara.
You could say she got clapped by a dragon.
Man, that dragon clapping those cheeks. So, all legends agree that even as a toddler, he was active and tireless, and that he ran around wearing just a bib with the kanji for gold on it. And his only other belonging was a hatchet, and that he bossed other children around, and so his only friends were really the animals. He was super strong, and it says that he could even speak the language of animals. Eventually, he would change his name, meeting the samurai Minamoto no Yorimitsu, who was impressed by him and took him on as a retainer. He studied martial arts and became the chief of the Shuten-dōji, so he was in charge of the Shuten-dōji, according to the legends. But eventually would go back for his mother and bring her to Kyoto to live with him. Oh, he's such a good boy. You need to see the fucking drawings of this child. This kid just looks...
We might have to edit it out, but if you want, Type Moon did a when the Hankyo chapter released, they did a song that based off the title. I think it's supposed to be about Kintoki, and it's mostly in English. Oh. I might show that to you if you want.
Well, in modern Japan, Kintaro is super popular. He's on literally everything, and there is an anime and manga named Golden Boy that is about the same character with the same name. There's literally even a candy named after him called Kintaro candy, where his face appears inside. It's tradition to decorate newborn baby son's rooms with dolls of him for children's boys. And the main character of Gintama is loosely based on Kintaro. Gintoki Sakata. Gintoki Sakata. Yeah. So I just think that's really cool. Actually, there is a One Piece character who is based on Kintaro, and I knew about this. His name is Sentomaru. And his signature attack is even called Ashigara Dokoi. He's also in Persona 4. I didn't know if you knew that.
A lot of people are within the Persona stuff.
Yeah. I just thought I'd mention some fun little. There's a allusion to him in Prince of Tennis as well, which I thought was great because I didn't know that, and then I found out about it, and I was like, "That's really cool. I love Prince of Tennis." Also, you know Spirited Away?
Yes.
Yubaba's son is based on Kintaro. The fat baby wearing just the bib. Yeah. Yeah. Also, he's in Marvel Comics.
That kind of doesn't surprise me.
He's Kid Venom. In the Death of Venomverse. Which I just thought was super cool.
It is, after 8.
It really is. Alright, let me clear up my notes pages and then I will get on to the last couple characters that we have. Because we just have a few more now.
Remind me who else is on there?
We've got Urabe no Suetaka and Usui Sadamitsu and Ushi-oni.
Alright, as far as the...
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I've got left. Alright. Urabe no Suetaka, 950 to 1022, was a samurai during the Heian period and in the service of Minamoto no Yorimitsu. He is formally known as Taira no Suetaka and also appears in the Rokuro and Kageyu in literature. He is one of the Shiten-no, or the Four Guardians, and is from the House of Blue Dragon. He is the subject of a tale in the Konjaku Monogatari Rishu, which is a series of folk legends about the late Heian period. The tale talked about is the Oyama, which is about the bandits, and it's said that he died at the age of 73 eventually. That's what I've got.
Yeah, I know. These are not very...
Yeah.
The other two haven't been, like, as ingrained in legend and story.
Yeah. So our final character of the Shiten-no is Usui Sadamitsu, and his name was officially Taira no Sadamitsu. We do not have a sort of historical period for him because we don't really have a confirmation that this was a real person. Unlike even our last one. So what we have is that there are several stories about him being a retainer in the Otogi-zoshi, and he's one of the retainers also mentioned in the Konjaku Monogatari. It's said that during the Tsuchigumo story in the tale of Raikō's life, Sadamitsu personally protected Raikō when he was suffering from a mystery ailment, and he's often depicted in artwork and kabuki plays. Interestingly enough, Sadamitsu is sometimes depicted as female. In the story Kintaro, he's the one who finds Kintaro on Ashigara-yama, Mount Ashigara, disguising himself as a logger, rather than just another random retainer. So he does have space in myth, depending on what you're talking about, but we really do not have a historical character with which to associate him with.
The other two are just kind of side characters in either Tsuna, Raikō, or Kintoki's stories.
Now, I don't know why the fuck you had me look this up, but you gave me the ox demon, the Ushi-oni or Gyuki, a bovine-headed monster that kind of looks like a spider and freaks me the fuck out.
You want to pull up the page for people that...
Did you open it?
There should be a page.
Oh, yeah. This shit, it's like a pug and a bull and a spider had a baby, and I don't like it. I don't like it. These are brutal, savage demons. They spit poison and enjoy killing and eating humans. They have the head of an ox and a demon's torso, often with spider-like legs with claws at the end of each appendage. They can really appear just about anywhere: beaches, mountains, forests, rivers, swamps, lakes, stream pools, shikoku often, but there's a lot of places that are just called Ushi-oni pool or Ushi-oni waterfall. And during the Edo period in yokai literature, like the Hyakai Zukan, they're often shown like this, with a kind of bull head and a spider torso. But in the Hyaki Yagyo Emaki, and this is where I think you've had me pull this up, maybe, it's similar to what the Tsuchigumo is represented as. Like, perhaps, like, that was my first thought as to why you had me look this up, because in the Hyaki Yagyo Amaki, it's kind of almost the same thing as a Tsuchigumo, but then you said we weren't covering Tsuchigumo, so I really don't, you know what I mean. So
oh no, I was going to direct you, like, if you want to know where the connection might be, I think I found it.
Is it in one of the specific prefectural tales?
It's in one from somebody we know.
That's what okay. All right. So we're going to go through this. There are different legends depending on the prefecture. Some of them are relatively unimportant. And so well, not unimportant, but I kind of skipped over them because I was like, we haven't talked about any of these people. Although I will say, the Okayama prefecture one caught my attention because this one is told, so when Empress Jingu invaded the 3 Korean kingdoms, an 8-headed ox-shaped monster called the Jinriki attacked her, and she shot it with an arrow. It separated into head, torso, and tail, which became the islands of Kishima, Meijima, and Aojima. The Empress then returned from Shilla, and Jinriki, who could not go on in peace, turned into an Ushi-oni, attacking again, and was then grabbed by the Sumiyoshi Sanjin and thrown away. And after it was eliminated, it said the rest of its body became the islands of Kuroshima, Naka no Kojima, and Hashi no Kojima. And this was, and then in the Hachiman Godokan, there are writings about this Oni called Jinrin, who fought against Emperor Chuai, which I thought was an interesting story, because it's somewhat reminiscent of, like deities giving rise to islands and land masses. In classical literature, moving outside of pure myth, in classical literature, the name of this demon is mentioned in the Pillow Book, and in section 148, it is said that they face off with Minamoto no Yorimitsu, and this is also depicted in the Taiheki. And so in this period, right, there was a story and a place called Ushi-Gozen no Ohonchi, and supposedly the wife of Minamoto no Mitsunaka, who was the father of Minamoto no Yorimitsu, coming from a powerful family, had a dream where the Kitano Tenjin dwelt inside of her womb, and after a 3-year and 3-month pregnancy, an infant boy was born on an ox year, on an ox day, at an ox hour, and this was Yorimitsu's younger sibling. But he had ox horns and a demon's face and was ordered to be killed. However, the lady who was ordered to kill him, instead of killing him, raised him in the mountains and grew up to be called Ushi-Gozen. Mitsunaka would then order his son, Minamoto no Yorimitsu, to deal with him. Ushi-Gozen fought many battles in Kanto and resisted, and eventually threw himself into the Samida River, where it said he transformed into a 30-meter-long ox in length and went insane. I assume that's the connection you're making, not Tsuchigumo, which would have been what I guessed.
I will say right now, I do apologize for not just giving you Ushi-Gozen in particular, because that one's one of those ones where there's nothing online talking about it.
I was gonna say, because I was really struggling a little with because like I saw the story where it was connected to Yoshitomo, but I was kind of like, well, what about this Tsuchigumo story? Like, are we covering Tsuchigumo? Because that's like,
I mean, it's still worth mentioning as part of like Yorimitsu's legend, because this is still something that you'll see in Fate, but there's just, I don't know if you see the amount of tabs I have open right now.
There's a lot of tabs.
I'm just going to cover that when I cover another character, because while they're a weaker connection to the Tsuchigumo, they're a connection that won't require me add another tab or two here.
Ah, well, ow.
Sorry. When we get to the Ashiya Domin Abe no Seimei video, and God
then
knows how long,
it.
We'll cover that, and you'll probably see us wrap up a lot of extra Heian-kyo
The
stuff.
fact that we haven't covered Abe no Seimei yet is fucking hilarious, because every single Heian-kyo servant we've talked about Abe no Seimei.
So there's a reason why we haven't covered Abe no Seimei yet. We just have no design for him yet. So
yeah. Okay, so who are you showing me first?
So we are going to start with Mr. Golden himself.
Sakata Kintoki.
Yeah.
Do I have Sakata Kintoki?
You do.
I do. Okay.
He was one of the earliest ones you got, actually.
Yes. Why does he look like
So go ahead and click into his
Elvis
designs.
and Mello had a fucking child?
I have a feeling there's a design you're going to prefer here.
No.
Not that one.
I hate all of them.
There's more designs.
Oh.
This is his... Oh. So that is his design a little bit farther.
Marginally better. Yeah, okay. The sprite is my favorite depict. Like, the literal sprite is my favorite art here. He looks like a Yakuza member, and Mello from Death Note had a child. You know who I mean? Mello?
Yeah.
Chocolate hair? Yeah. Ugh. I mean, the gold bib is there, though. We're just gonna look at this. Shall we? Yeah. Okay.
So this is Kintoki Berserker, and Fate does go with the telling that he is a child of a dragon and a witch with superhuman strength. Fate also, and we'll cover this a little bit later. Fate implies he has a past with Shuten-dōji as a result of them having similar backgrounds.
Okay, yeah, I could see that, because Shuten-dōji and Ibaraki-dōji also had similar backgrounds. Kind of like born extra strong, raised sort of away from people. I do also see this interesting little family member thing here, which I don't normally look at, but it grabbed my attention. Because Minamoto no Raikō, adoptive mother. Aunts, Amaterasu, uncle, Susanoo no Mikoto. Tsukuyomi. Cousin, Watanabe no Tsuna. Grandmother, Izanagi. Father, Raijin. Step-grandfather, Minamoto no Mitsunaka.
Yes.
I also likes kids, dislikes stuff he sucks at.
I mean, don't you dislike stuff you suck at?
I also dislike stuff I suck at.
So I'll get into his and Shuten's relationship more in Shuten's section, but it's very, very complicated. The clothes he wears as a servant are not what he wore in life, but just something he found pretty cool at some point and ran with.
Yeah, it's very obvious this kid was raised away from anywhere with a fashion sense.
I mean, is that not part of the story? The man literally ran around with a bib and the word golden written on it.
I'm gonna look at his capsule servant art.
So personality-wise, he's best described as a delinquent bro, and as a berserker, he's about as mature as a grade schooler, mentally taking a lot of fascination with anything golden.
Benkei just... And sorry, the capsule servant stuff I figured wouldn't be in the FGO page, so I look at anything that isn't FGO coded. That's it. Oh, I've got relationship. Anyways, what? You got some more for me right before I get to relationships?
No, go right ahead, actually. We'll be covering...
Favorite dog, golden retriever. Favorite holiday, golden week. Golden. So, like, has he ever interacted with Gilgamesh in Fate?
There actually might be a relationship note in there. Probably at some point.
Yes. Okay, I see it. I will get to it when I get there. All right. Shuten-dōji. What? You're saying I got pretty strong? I've always been strong. Want to test me? If you do, you'll get knocked all the way to the sun. Yeah, I don't mean we should duke it out now. Wait till we get to the simulator. Another scantily dressed servant, Oni Cure, or whatever her name was. Oh? She's talking to me. Hey, nice to meet you. Okay. Ibuki-dōji. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm with an old friend. I wonder why. Well, as the two of us work for the same master, let's just get along. What's that? Red dragon? What about my old man? Whoa, you're getting real close there. She's pushed her face real close to me, and she smells nice. I know this scent. No. Just back away from me. Hey, Ibaraki. Somebody gave this to me at the cafeteria. Hey, whoa, she's gone. And the chocolate I got is gone, too. Boss Raikō, how's it going? Starting to get the hang of Chaldea. Huh? What about Master? Oh, right. Being polite is golden important. General Raikō. Hey, no, it's me. This is the me who ain't even got his hair up. You got the wrong guy. Yo, evil win. Your noble phantasm's super cool, like always. Good. Okay, how about a demonstration for Fuma Kotaro? Kato Danzo. Oh, I see. So you're his mother. So we've got a little bit of a reunion here. That's so golden. Let's celebrate. Yo, Fox, did you see my new belt anywhere? No, I ain't talking about the one that looks and sounds like the one I got as another class. It's just that this one's new and it cost me a premium. No, don't get the wrong idea. It ain't an offering to you, Fox. Was it kind of sunny, you ask? No, it ain't like that. It's just decorated with golden... That was Tamamo no Mai. Ashia Doman. No, never mind. Gilgamesh. Oh, you're super cool, man. A golden that surpasses dimension. Truly, a gold among gold. You're without a doubt the true Golden King. Awed by Excalibur's golden splendor. Oh, what a gold flash. The golden rainbow that cleaves apart the dark night. You're truly, without a doubt, the Knight of Gold. I'm getting a little tired of the gold.
Gold?
All right. Yo, Odysseus. Mind if I get another go on your ride? Just for a minute, I can. Okay, that's golden. Hey, brats, we got permission. Let's go. Sister Europa, I beg of you. I want to test my skills against your Talos. Please? I should call you grandmother instead of sis? Are you really? Muscular servants. I know logically that we're not in the mountains, but I can't help but get riled up. I got no other choice. You there. You think you're strong, right? Then let's sumo. Strong servants. I want to put my skills to the test. How about it?
So he still wants to fight everything with a pulse.
That's fair. Sorry, I just saw that Chibuki.
So, abilities. In life, before becoming a servant, Kintoki was already strong enough to fight servants. So as a servant,
like me.
We'll go with that. So as a servant, he's a step above most other servants in raw physical strength. And that's really what he is as a berserker. He's just a guy that's really strong with a golden axe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Madness enhancement, divinity. Okay, monstrous strength. As the child of Raijin, the red dragon, and the cannibal Yamauba. Okay. Natural body, a plus modifier because of his strength. Animal communication. Okay. Maybe because Kintoki's mental structure is close to animals. They have a mutual understanding. Noble Phantasm, Golden Spark.
So...
But two Noble Phantasms, I see that.
There's actually a secret third one, too, that we're going to go over. So, Golden Spark, this is an attack Kintoki can use with his axe, the Golden Eater. Mm-hmm. The Golden Eater is Kintoki's trusty axe. It's an axe that carries the power of the thunder god Raijin. Golden Spark is an attack he can do with it where he loads a cartridge into it and it just unleashes, like, thunder powers against the enemy.
Yes, I've used his Thunder Phantasm once before in, like, Chapter 1 or Chapter 2 of the...
You used
Chapter
it in
1.
Fuyuki a couple times.
Yeah, Fuyuki.
Because I gave you the original Kintoki as early as Fuyuki.
Yeah. And he's got... I know the belt thing. He's got the belt as something that can add later.
I probably didn't.
I did.
I forgot to pull it up, so I'm going to have you click something at the top of the page here in a second.
First of all, same character designer for Shuten-dōji, Ibaraki-dōji, Minamoto no Raikō, Lady Murasaki, and James Moriarty.
Yeah.
Also, Ryder in Fate Samurai Remnant.
Yep.
I don't know who Ryder is.
Well, we'll see later.
Wait, do I know who Ryder is?
No.
Okay.
So the final Noble Phantasm, can I have you scroll to the top of the page here?
Oh, boy.
Because it's just not included there. Scroll down a bit. You see the ability tab there where it says, if you keep scrolling down where it says Noble Phantasms or Unlisted Noble Phantasm, I'm going to have you click that.
Oh, Setsu.
The Setsu Armor Kumano, or the Golden Bear.
Dude, that looks so fucking cool.
So this was a special Noble Phantasm of Kintoki's that was created from a chunk of the Greek machine god Ares that washed up on Japan. It's freaking huge. He doesn't often call it, but when he does, it's for his largest fights, and it is nearly unmatched in power, going against gods, demon pillars, and otherwise insurmountable enemies.
Well, it looks amazing.
It's basically a freaking Megazord.
I love it.
Actually, you can kind of see, if you want to scroll
I did watch it while you were talking. It is glorious, and I love it. I love it so much.
But other than that, we have some NPs here. We actually have we have FGO in both his outfits. I don't know if there's much of a difference, but I figured there's 2 trailers. Why not?
Mm-hmm. That's fair. You know, I would wonder, maybe he doesn't have a famous sword because he would just use his fists too often.
Maybe. He did have the hatchet, which I assume is where they got the axe from. Here.
Yeah. Well, the hatchet is a tiny axe.
Yeah.
So.
Just blow it up, make it big.
Golden spark.
Now, with the Heian-kyo chapter, they released this costume for him. So you can see this one in motion.
Right, it doesn't look like there's much difference in the animations. Just
just
a
a costume. Let you see it
different
in
costume.
motion a little. You don't have to watch all the way through if you don't want.
I'll watch the NP like this. Fight! Nice. And... oh, arcade.
We're going to be seeing a few arcades today.
That's fair.
That's my phone against your book.
I was like real confused what that noise was. Jesus, these are all so loud.
I didn't turn them up. That's from last time. It's just the voluming's so unpredictable.
Yeah. I hate it. Ugh. I just don't like that design very much. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh, he's fighting Gil. Surprised he can even fight Gil with how great Gil is and how golden. 'Cause he's fighting Golden King Gil.
He likes to fight everything.
I know, I'm making a joke. Okay. Ooh, you've got...
I got another Kintoki, actually.
Oh, boy. Okay.
We actually have 2 of him.
Oh, all right.
So this is his rider form.
Oh, okay.
So there is no special lore to this form. I'm serious here. Lore-wise, he just decided to be a rider and changed clothes.
Well, okay, I will say I appreciate the giant brass knuckles. At least. And the motorcycle? And his hair looks less lame.
So, in real life, this form was made because the artist drew this form for fun, showed it around the office, and they said, fuck yeah, he's going in the game.
What a great... Likes Golden Bear. Dislikes? Can't think of anything. Jesus. So is there, like, any difference, or just... Oh, well, he's got different relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Shuten? Nah, man. She's a bigger threat to me now that I'm a rider. Don't drink and drive. Ever, you hear? I said no to drunk driving. Good for him. Damn, never thought I'd meet Raikō again. I'm happy. Of course I'm happy. I'm just, you know, her getting all close and smoochy and stuff. It's really embarrassing, right? Chief Raikō, I'm very thanks for fixing up dinner for me, but please do me a favor and don't suddenly come inside while wrecking the door. Electricity-related servants. I'm getting all tingly here. Someone's here. Yeah, all right. How about we see whose electricity is stronger with a thunder match, yeah? Frankenstein, Mordred, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison. He kind of wants to hold a thunder match to decide who is the strongest electric-type servant. Robot. Frickin' metal, man. Heavy frickin' metal. I'm feeling it. Yeah! Hey, boss, you think you could do a bit of a tune-up on Bear for me? About Bear MK1's remodeling and maintenance. Ooh, steam-powered motorcycle, that's nice. Electric-powered motorcycle? Huh. Fits me to a T. Tamamo magic-powered motorcycle is... Wait, what's the big idea, Fox? Taira no Kagekyo... White space?
Oh, so there's a little context there. During the Heian-kyo chapter, he antagonized Taira no Kagekyo, who was attacking the city, by pretending to be Benkei.
Ah.
So Taira no Kagekyo is pissed at him, and that is probably a sign of, I need to get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Abilities?
So he uses the rider belt there. I've introduced that into the campaign at this point.
Yep. But we haven't played the chapter for it yet, have we?
So I introduced it a little early. I
Yeah.
gave you the unlock for it as early as Rashomon. And the big reason is for the
Yeah.
reason that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
There's no lore to his introduction.
Yeah.
He just shows up as a writer.
Yeah.
So it was easier for me to introduce it earlier and go into the chapter with it than...
Yeah. But we haven't gotten to get his rider belt yet.
You have it.
We haven't?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't remember if we had.
So his rider belt is what converts him into a rider, and it allows him to use instead of using his axe, his fists are imbued with the electricity, and in this form he
becomes a brawler.
Yeah.
I see long distance dash, natural body, animal communication, but new noble phantasms, golden drive, and golden drive good night.
So Kintoki's axe changes into a motorcycle that he now drives with the power of the Thunder God.
And does he call the motorcycle Bear Mark 1?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Golden Drive Goodnight is the attack where he decides to run down his opponents. The attack becomes stronger the farther it travels.
Yeah, it says the same unlisted noble phantasm, hence the
Yep.
Bear Mark 1. All right. You got one noble phantasm for this?
Yep.
Okay. Jeez. Fuck. Sorry. I gotta catch those sooner. I mean, it's a pretty cool looking motorcycle. I can't deny that. It's a pretty cool looking motorcycle. Oh, it's like a dragon. The electricity's making the dragon.
Good night.
Good night. Jesus. Alright.
So that was Kintoki.
Okay.
Our next servant we're going to cover is we're going to swerve here and do Ibaraki-dōji.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So Ibaraki is gender bent, as I hinted at earlier.
Yeah. Yes. Ooh, oh, she's adorable. I love her. Yes, I love her. Best daughter.
So Ibaraki here is a little gremlin.
I love her with everything in my soul. 10 out of 10 would adopt.
So for obvious reasons, Fate goes with the female take on Ibaraki.
It makes sense.
And it sets her to the Berserker class.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. If Fate didn't take a gender bend in history, I'd be real surprised.
So in
Aw.
Fate, Shuten-dōji...
She likes shooting, dislikes
Yes.
poisoned alcohol, and warriors who use poisoned alcohol.
Yep. So in Fate, Shuten-dōji does not actually lead the mountain. Instead, it was Ibaraki-dōji.
Mm-hmm.
The Oni all answered directly to her, but because she was so deeply loyal to Shuten, it appeared as if they were answering to Shuten.
Shuten-dōji, yeah.
Which makes Shuten kind of like a bad roommate since she's the one that let the Heavenly Kings into the stronghold in the first place.
Aw.
And by the end, only Ibaraki would survive their attack.
Oh.
And otherwise, it all leads to the same final confrontation with Tsuna and Rashomon.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the Rashomon gate.
Yeah.
As far as how she acts, she's sadistic and wild, enjoying raw chaos for chaos' sake. She's rather childish. Think of her as a little pet tiger. Sure, the tiger may seem friendly after years of being around people, but you never know when its wild instinct will kick in, and your pet Oni rips off the arm of your employee, and you then never financially recover.
Okay, but you know my thoughts on having a baby tiger.
Clearly, you need to rewatch Tiger King.
I want a baby tiger. Like, I don't want a baby tiger because you shouldn't take, like, wild and endangered animals into your home and then try to raise them as domesticated pets. But if I had the ability to, like, ethically have a pet tiger, I would have a pet tiger. So fast. With such speed.
The final form of Crazy Cat Lady.
It was the initial form. I got cats because I liked big cats.
One last note I have for her before we go into personalities. Fate fans often call her the Banana Oni because of her design, and a lot of us have great memories of bullying her as she was the first raid boss to ever be an FGO.
Is it because she's so yellow?
Yes.
Oh. But she's so cute! Look at her! Adorable! Would adopt! So cute. Alright, relationships?
Yep.
Okay. Here we are sharing drinks again. What fortune this is. Shootin'. Look how much Oh my, look at you. So excitable and fidgety. You're adorable, acting like a little kid. I didn't think you liked the beach so much. Well, what are you trying to say, Shootin'? I may look different, but nothing else about me has changed. I'm not excitable or fidgety, not one bit. Look, Shootin', I've turned into such a form. I'm so pumped and excited. Wow, what a big surprise. Is that the Dharmapala girl over there? Shootin'. Take a look, Shootin'. It's a real Dharmapala girl. Wow. Wow. It's Oni-cure. Oni-cure. That is a fate joke I do not get because you just made a face.
We'll get there.
Hate her. Just once. I want to kill her. Just once. But there's just no way against that one. Crap. Raikō. Is that Raikō? I don't think that demonic Oni Slayer would ever look so, light-hearted. Actually, that's even scarier. Really scary. Imagine if the Kishimojin, the demon mother, checks in on you at school in a swimsuit. I'd totally faint if that happened to me. Ow. That's just Minamoto no Raikō swimsuit. Okay. Minamoto as a whole. Hate them. We'll kill them all if they dare show their faces. Kintoki. Hate him. Even killing him twice won't be enough. If you go to the point of almost killing someone, it would be as if you've already committed the act anyway. You sly guy. How wise of you to bring me an offering. Fine, as we both have golden hair. If you prostrate in front of me, I wouldn't mind making you my minion.
Remember
Nom nom.
Kintoki's line for her where she stole chocolate from him?
Yeah, nom nom. Okay. Hate him. Oh. Did I read Kintoki Rider's relationships?
Oh, he's considered just another Kintoki, so his was included.
Oh, he didn't have other relationships? Okay.
Wait, no. No, you did. You did. Because there's a different one for Minamoto no Raikō. You did.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Okay. Sorry. What? Oh. It closed him. Okay. Love that. All right. Okay. Hate him, but at least his steel horse is not half bad. Heard that it is a dreadful steel bear known as the Golden Huge Bear Mark I. With that kind of name, of course I will feel curious. What? Why? Why is Tsuna here? How could a guy like him? Well, it's fine. All I have to do is keep on beating him. What? I'm losing? That's not possible. Not true. That can't be. Tsuna. Oh, it's Tsuna. Then I'll kill him. I'll devour him. Hate. Kill. Burn, kill, shred. Kill, eat, kill. How is it? Know that I am not of a caliber that can be confined to a single Saint Graph. Tremble in fear.
Feeling an affinity yet?
A little bit, yeah. Hate him. Even killing him thrice won't be enough. Abe no seimei. Let's see. Robin Hood. Sage of the forest. He was ostracized out by his village. Maybe I shall keep this forest-dwelling sage company. You'll give me some money. I should take it and go away. Don't underestimate me, green guy. I'm not a con artist. I'm a thief. I may steal, but I've never once accepted charity. I won't accept your charity, fools. However, if it is a tribute offered in fear, then I am not reluctant to take it. Hi, Ushiwaka. Let's go to the beach. There's a street vendor selling big grilled shrimp, and I want to try some. You look attractive enough, so go and buy some for me. And after that, we're totally going to play volleyball. That big head of yours will be my target today. Now then, Ushiwaka, where and what should we play next? No, it's not like I care. It's just that if you want to play that bad, I don't mind keeping you company. Yeah. BB Pele. Is she the one who toyed with my Saint Graph and turned me into a swimsuit heroic spirit, you ask? No, the one who forcefully tampered with my noble phantasm was unmistakably Shuten, although it seems like the one who gave me these clothes was that Pele or who. I don't remember it that well. Well, whatever. More importantly, me and Ushiwaka have to eat shrimp now. Shrimp, huh? I, too, really want shrimp now.
So Ibaraki fights with a sort of bone made from the bones of other Oni.
I love that.
Otherwise, she is a fire Oni that spreads flames during combat at her opponents. She also possesses extreme levels of strength, and there's some indicators that the Oni servants may have actually been stronger in life than they are as servants, powered down by their class containers instead of strengthened.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so she's Berserker, right? So madness enhancement makes sense. Oni kind demon. So it represents the demonic mix in her bloodline. Disengage. Ability to withdraw from battle based on the withdrawing from the Watanabe fight and the severing of her arm. Oni of Oi Riot. Shapeshift because of all the stories of her shapeshifting. All right. Noble Phantasm. Great Grudge of Rashomon.
Yeah, so we have two here.
Please tell me she just takes her hand off and beats people with it.
Her arm that was cut off by Tsuna, it can detach and fight on its own, being made to shapeshift to great sizes by Ibaraki.
I really hope we get just a video of her like
The other noble phantasm is the Great Flame of Mount Oe. This is a noble phantasm Ibaraki takes great pride in because she learned it for Shuten.
Oh.
It basically lets her create fire so hot it can quickly incinerate someone down to the bone.
Hey, that's impressive because you have to get a fire really hot to burn someone's bones. And even then, it takes a while.
So we have 2 noble phantasms here. One should be from FGO and one from Arcade. Oh yeah, because she's a little older, I didn't get the nice video. So there's a little longer. You can cut to the noble phantasm whenever you feel like.
She's so cute, though. Yeah, hit him. It's adorable. Okay, we'll cut. Yep, the hand. I will say I'm a little disappointed that she did. Oh my god, it's the 8. It's the fucking. It's the 8 pastel dragon Ellie. I'm a little disappointed that she didn't just like pull her arm off by the wrist and then beat someone with it.
Let's just keep going.
I need to have a hearing tomorrow. I need to be able to hear.
What? Turn the speaker volume up?
I will murder you. So cute. I love her so much. Oh my goodness.
She's like your ultimate adopt.
Yes. Very much so. Oh, poor Mash. I love her.
So our next servant is another form of Ibaraki.
Swimsuit.
Yep. Ibaraki during summer becomes a lancer.
Oh, she's so cute. God damn. I love this version. I love that version even more. That's so... See, this is what I mean. Theme your fucking swims. Don't just put your big boobed girls in tiny little slivers of swimsuit. Look at how adorable this is.
So I will say right now, just as you mentioned that, they do generally theme their swimsuits more these days just because we're seeing a lot of these out of order. Some of the first summers are all just swimsuit.
Yeah, but this is adorable. Look at that little themed swimsuit. Even the white swimsuit was cool. I like this. This is great. So this writes we're just taking time to load. Adorable. Oh, is that a finger? It almost looks like one. Yeah. So cute. Look at her hair. I love her hair.
It's all fiery.
I love it.
So Ibaraki can be summoned as a lancer during summer. Personality-wise, she is mostly the same, but lets herself be more outwardly childish more often because she's in a good mood.
Mm-hmm.
It's implied she got this form by Shuten messing with her bones.
Mm.
So we already saw relationships because it's still the same servant.
Yeah, so Oni kind demon water.
Ability-wise, she'll fight with her lance imbued with her fires.
Mm-hmm.
One nifty thing she seems to like to do is apply her right arm to the tip of the lance as something to beat her enemies
The finger,
with.
yeah. So, personal skills. Oni demon water. Kappa. Kappa related stuff. Okay. I will not go home yet. The disengage skill. Evening has come, but I want to play more on the beach, so I don't want to return to the inn yet. Even if it's nighttime, I want to play. Still, if everyone goes back, I have no choice but to do the same, since playing by myself is no fun. Is that big? Let's see. Isn't that already a kappa? Or so Ibaraki states her suspicions. Is it because my Saint graph changed? No, wait. Now that I mention it, a bit before something, I think I recall Shuten-dōji tampering with my bones or something. And since then, my body's condition felt different. What the heck? If it's something from Shuten, then it can't be bad. Let's see. Summertime Trouble Girl. A playful spirit. All right. And Noble Phantasm is... Encomium Morie?
Thanks for making that attempt for me. Her lance creates 5 smaller lances that becomes a fist that she uses to uppercut the enemy into the sky with great force.
I love it.
You're going to like this Noble Phantasm animation.
Well, hang on a second. Damn.
Just click the refresh button.
It's not done yet.
Chances are it's going to be the same as the, I think we even saw...
It's not. Different name.
Oh?
Hidari.
Is it not loading?
Ibaraki-dōji, Cersei, and Watanabe no Tsuna. Interesting. Okay. I play like an Oni. I'll brutally tear you to pieces, but you won't mind, right? Aw, she's sleepy. It's because it's nighttime and she's been playing all day. I feel it. With the fist. Close. Not quite what I wanted, but close. Nom nom. I love her.
I knew you'd appreciate that Noble Phantasm animation.
I love her.
So our next servant's going to be Shuten-dōji. You want to take a guess at the class here?
Lancer?
Let's keep going.
Oh boy. That means I got it wrong.
So she's an assassin class servant.
Oh. So Shuten-dōji is also gender bent.
Yes.
So they just gender bent both of them. Okay. I mean, I like the art. Also like the grapes and peaches. Because wine, you know?
She's got a little bit of a...
Yeah.
in her other hand.
Oh, that's a sake bowl.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's the sake pouches. And the sword. I mean, she could be a little bit more modestly covered up, but she's a demon. It's fine.
Like that?
Yes, exactly like this. Although, to be honest, I really do feel this because when I drink, like, the temperature rises and I'm just like, can I just be in, like, shorts and a tank top? Like, it could be the middle of winter, and if I'm drinking, I'm like, I want to be down to, like, shorts and a tank top because it is too fucking hot. Oh, it's so adorable. She reminds me of a little bit of Lady Murasaki.
So this is her idol outfit, actually, from the idol event.
She has an idol event? That's adorable. Her April Fool's is cute, too.
So this is assassin Shuten-dōji, who fate makes female and obviously an assassin. Mm-hmm. She is constantly behaving as if tipsy and always carries alcohol with her. She is far and away the more reserved of our two Oni here, acting more openly human, and even trying to understand human emotions. But the reality is she is still an Oni. Mm-hmm. Most things with Oni end in sadism and blood.
She likes good-looking guys, and she dislikes talking about things you dislike.
So Shuten here is an enigma. It's through her we get some implication that she's known Kintoki for far longer than we are aware, and she has been fascinated by him since he was a child due to their shared background as the children of dragon gods. Mm-hmm. She openly has some affection for him too, and would engage in fights to a draw with him many times, becoming his rival in some ways. Arguably, she is at her most human around him, at one point disguising herself as a human girl and becoming a traveling companion of his. He would actually fall in love with her, and the two would bond over snacks and alcohol. He would eventually realize that Shuten was an Oni, but she would continue to treat him like a drinking buddy. So when Ibaraki and her Oni went on their rampage, Kintoki was the inn for the Heavenly Kings to actually get access to Shuten here. Uh-oh. Locked out of a page?
Yeah.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to look at the capsule servant drawing of her.
But it's just not loading very well.
don't know what's up. I've been having issues lately. Let me try.
You might as well reload the page. I think it's...
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can open what I wanted to open. Now it's working. Okay. I just wanted to see her capsule servant design. Sorry.
You're good.
Put us on pause.
So, she's at her most human around Kintoki as a traveling companion, and the two would kind of have a fling, but it's mostly one side on Kintoki's end. He would...
Oh. Sorry, she's in the arcade art. I never noticed because I didn't know her, but...
he would eventually realize Shuten is an Oni, but she would continue to treat him like a drinking buddy. So after Ibaraki and her Oni went on the rampage through the capital, the Heavenly Kings used Kintoki as their in some ways. Kintoki and the other Heavenly Kings thought their plan was great. You know, the disguise as I forget, was it priests or was it
like traveling
monks?
aesthetics. Yeah.
But she saw right through it immediately, but still let them in. To just have a drink with Kintoki. And she even realized that what they were giving her was poison.
Yeah, she likes it. It was sweet.
Yeah, she just kept drinking it and was like, why not?
Okay, but is that not the history of, like, humans drinking? Like, alcohol is not necessarily good for us, especially not in the context of drinking, like, excessive amounts of it. And yet, we have made a culture of it.
She kind of let herself be killed in that situation.
Also, peppers? Like, we as humans eat a lot of things that are poisonous to us.
Yeah, she kind of let herself be killed. The story plays out, though, where she attacks Raikō with her severed head. But before she died, she apparently smiled at Kintoki, which haunted him forever. Kintoki apparently regrets that all the ways for Shuten to go, it was by deception. At least so he thinks.
Yeah.
Because Raikō really made him take that more cowardly way of defeating her, and he wishes he could find a way to revive Shuten-dōji.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Shuten really didn't share the same love that Kintoki kind of felt for her. She did feel some affection for our good old golden boy, but at the end of the day, it never seemed to go farther than a fascination and an enjoyment of his company, and the desire to have him as the cupbearer in her harem.
Mm-hmm.
That's her words, not mine, by the way.
Interesting. All right. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed youngster, as usual. That blonde youngster is always fun to watch. That's what I meant by easy on the eyes. He's wasted on that cow, Raikō. Ah, no, for now I am yours, master. That youngster's bones are truly special, so please overlook this. Say, Blondie, aren't you going to ride that iron horse? Wait, oh, you're such a meanie. Ugh, no, it smells of, like, cows and milk. I can't stand it. What is she trying to prove by being so big? Middle-aged women should retire already. What, a cow is mooing? I wonder what it is. Talk about strange coincidences. That cow woman rants about things like decency and being a prefect, but a Dharmpala girl also predicts decency. Well, Oni decency anyways. Now, how will this meeting go? Oh, she just walked right by. Maybe she doesn't realize I'm Shuten-dōji. Ibaraki would be delighted if Master Tsuna came around. No? Oh, Ibaraki, your face is deeply red from this sort of thing. What? Are you spouting out blood from your forehead in that much rage from having heard Tsuna's name? Yes, that is good. Ibaraki, you've sharpened your horns again. So naughty. You shouldn't trouble your employer. Ibaraki seems to really like sweet candies. I bet she doesn't know what I think is the sweetest. It's me. That's right. The Dharmpala girl. Oh, Ibaraki, come on and keep saying it's me. Yes, me. Shuten-dōji. What's that? You think we look alike? But I'm still not Shuten? Are you still on about that? Whatever should I do about this? When will she realize? Oh, look at you, all dressed up. You look good, Ibaraki. I'm happy for you. I think we could form some sort of duo now. That's right, the two of us. Come now, don't go running in circles all excited like that. Careful not to trip, okay? By the way, when my decapitated head was laid down at Mount Oe like that, I thought this was a farewell from this world and from this Ibaraki. It was a strange relationship we had, sharpening my horn like that, even at this morning. This naughty kid hasn't changed, you know? Oh, there's an Oni other than me. I see, sweetie. If you like Oni so much, shall I become devilish tonight? Where are the Oni that pretend to be human? Should I knock you with my rod to discipline you? Minamoto Musashi. Thanks for what you did that one time. I don't remember anything about it, though. Mochizuki Chiyome. Oh, you're the girl from Koga Mochizuki. Don't be scared. I won't eat you. I'm not in the mood to eat my kind tonight anyway. Oh, you're not an Oni? Doesn't matter. Here, come here. Good girl. Good girl. Why, this is a rare meeting, descendant of Koga Saburo. Aren't you going to flee in fear today? Oh, I see. I look a lot like Shuten-dōji.
Sneeze.
I look a lot like Shuten-dōji, but you're relieved to see that I'm not? I see. I hadn't meant to disguise myself so well. So Koga Saburo and his family line. For me to utter about them, there's no reason to. Truly intolerable. Okay, the Dharmpala girl is here now. Where are the Oni who stopped acting like Oni to live like humans? There's no use hiding. I can see you all. To Tomoe Gozen. Okay, so Takato Danzo, you're a puppet, right? Didn't know such things existed. I can just discern the faint scent of Oni. Oh, I see. I suppose peculiar things can happen. Ashia Domon. I don't want to eat that one either. The sake will taste bad. Abe no Seime. Ugh, what? After all, it can't be helped if it's that amusing. Oh, that fox. So she's that kind of woman here. Well, that is very, Okay, Onra Otakamaru King Akuro. Come to think of it, I don't see them appearing around here. We are said to be all anti-heroes, so it seems to be difficult to summon them. That's not true. There's a way to summon them, yes. Minamoto no Raikō, Sakata Kintoki, Mochizuki Chiyome, etc. Neither, no matter how long, won't realize it's me. Huh, what a letdown. But right, with things as they are, I may play a lot.
So, ability-wise, she is absurdly powerful. We know for a fact in life her very presence could petrify someone, and the simple tap of her hand could just carry extreme force behind it. As a servant, she's a little bit less extreme than that. Again, the Oni being powered down as servants. But even as a servant, she is still terrifying as a beast to fight. She can fight using a sword. The poison she was killed with is one of her preferred weapons.
I love that.
And her favorite method of fighting is literally reaching her hand through the opponent's flesh and ripping out their bones. Her very aroma is actually able to render weaker targets in either alcohol tolerance or magic resistance shit-faced drunk.
Well, I can tell you right now, you're going to be moving Shuten-dōji and Ibaraki-dōji from my non-favorites folder to my favorites.
This, you'll remember when we ran this chapter, this happened to MASH during the Rashomon event while Ibaraki is making use of Shuten's powers.
Yes, I do remember. I also remember that intoxicating aroma of fruits where targets can be made to be drunk.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there.
Oni kind demon, same as the other one. Battle continuation, okay. Because of, attacking after she was decapitated. All right, noble phantasm.
So,
there's two of them. One is multitude of colors, providential Oni poison.
So she loves her poison sake. Not only does she like casually drinking it, but as a servant she uses it as her noble phantasm, manipulating it to be splashed on her opponents or force or drown her opponents in it, where they decompose pretty much at the touch.
Oh, like when I use decompose on monsters in the campaign.
Kinda, a little bit more effective than that.
Yeah. Well, okay. Fuck off. It's a cantrip.
The other one is
Bone Collector.
This is her technique of just,
deboning.
Reaching in and deboning her opponents.
Bones, bones, bones.
She doesn't actually always kill with it and can even do it bloodlessly, but it's more to see the opponent in apparent pain, and occasionally she'll let it cause death.
I do love bones.
So we should have an FGO and an arcade.
All right. The course correct is too strong. Very cute.
This is another one of those full animation ones,
yeah.
So just watch until you're ready to watch the MP.
Oh yeah, there's the green and the pink. Oh yeah, I feel that. Hang on. We don't need that anymore. assassin. I mean, to be fair, the fruit looks delicious.
Too bad it's very much so poisoned.
I had food poisoning 2 months ago. I'm fine. I got over it. I'm so sorry. You got like full up me with food poisoning.
I do remember that.
Yeah, it was awful. You know, I never got to finish that pizza. I had to throw it away.
I assume.
Well, I tried to eat it the next day. It made my stomach upset again. The pizza was not what caused the food poisoning for, you know. Also, I love that you can see the reflection of the battle in the sake. The pizza was not what caused the food poisoning.
No.
I want to clarify that. I did not eat the thing that caused the food poisoning again.
So we have another form of Shuten, actually.
Yep, swimsuit version, right?
No.
No, what is it?
This is a Halloween version.
Oh.
Where she becomes Shuten-dōji caster. A magical girl version.
Oh my goodness. She's so cute.
You should have the FGO page.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking. Oh, a Torii Gate. Oh, look, there's little Oni horns on the pumpkins. Oh my goodness. It's a welfare?
Yes.
Okay. It's on the giant sake band. Love that.
One particular Halloween, Ibaraki became obsessed with magical girls, so Shuten fabricated a tale of a great Oni magical girl named Oni-cure, or I think they have a
Oni-cure,
the original
Oni-cure.
translation is different. Ibaraki eats the story up so much that Shuten decides to make herself Oni-cure the Magifender girl, and she's a caster now. You see that little familiar next to her?
Yeah, it's Haku.
Go to the next Type Moon page.
This one?
Yep. So meet Haku. Haku is, and I shit you not, a variant of Fafnir.
Oh!
Mixed with a Japanese yokai that allows him to turn into a gold dragon form that
oh, yes, I see the Japanese yokai name. Yeah, I'm not trying that.
Shuten just happened to find this thing, and while she was looking for a familiar to go with her aesthetic, and obviously he betrays them later on.
Yeah.
And so after they inevitably, kill him, because Fafnir, Shuten just kind of recreates him with her mana.
Adorable. So cute.
You can go back to Shuten if you want. Oh, so I also want to show you some extra little gems here.
So this is what it means when she kept saying she is the girl of Dharmpala?
Yes.
Okay.
There's some extra little gems here I want to show you. If you go up to the first YouTube video, I want to show you these. You don't have to watch them all, but you might want to. These are in-game, so they shouldn't be copyrighted.
Okay. The land of mystique. Oni land. The great Oni and the Kamui's gold. My god, they're so cute. Oh my goodness.
ところで、あのユキンコっぽい英霊は何なのだ？そらまあユキンコやろな。
雪よな。
次回、週末北方遊園、鬼ランド、カムイの黄金。安城よろしゅ。
Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
So they do like 4 of these that we got like at each end of the day for the event.
メリーゴーランドとは何だ？あれやろ？してメリーゴーランド。
Not working properly?
Absolutely not. Better fucking load. I'm sorry, I don't know what is up with my Wi-Fi today. Cause it is just not having it.
It is just sucking.
Yeah, it is just not having it. Okay.
メリーゴーランドとは何だ？あれやろ？メリーさん。いつ
No, poor baby.
ランドのマネージャーハンも結構な妖怪みたいやし。次回週末北方遊園鬼ランド。危ない呪いのメリーゴーランド。
Oh, I love the themed. There's a teacup ride. I love those. You don't.
No, I actually dislike them.
You can't do the teacup rides.
I used to like them.
I used to hate them when I was a kid.
I used
They
to like
made
them,
me
which was fun
sick.
because my dad dislikes them because he can't do the slow spinny thing without getting sick. He can do fast. I wasn't like that, and then I got really bad like that later on.
See, the one at the amusement park in Russia that I went to as a child did not have a slow speed. It had speed of sound speed. And both the track was like this, and then the cups were spinning as they were...
Okay, but that
At,
one
like,
in Russia
Mach
probably
speed.
wasn't regulation for US.
No, it was also like Mach speed. And I hated that one as a child, but now I love like spinny cup rides and stuff.
Yeah, I just
Like
figured
when we were at Disneyland, I did the dancing cars ride, and it was so much fun.
I used to be able to do that one. It just,
Yeah.
last time I did, I got sick.
That's fair. It still wasn't as good as the actual cars ride, which was worth the wait.
It was broken the last time I went there.
Was it? That's
Yeah, it
so
was really bad.
disappointing. Because that's in my opinion one of the rides that I waited for that was worth it.
Also, the wait was like 3 hours.
The wait
long.
was like 3 hours last time we went too. Remember? Because we went like at the end of the night and it was like 3 hours long. Oh, copyright issues.
They're talking about Bloody Mary.
Oh, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I really
good.
shouldn't be pushing that. The amount of like weird white things I've seen running outside of my house in the last 3 months.
They're all probably cats too.
No, because remember that one time I was at that work thing at night and it was like 11 p.m. and out of the corner of my eye I saw something like humanoid, human-sized and vaguely human-shaped, but white, sprinting past the back door in the garden.
Anyone else see it?
No,
Could be your mind playing tricks on you.
there were other people there though.
Yeah? Yeah, I just thought you'd find these cute.
They are adorable. Oh, look at that.
By the way, if you want to know what that thing is Elizabeth Bathory. This is a Halloween event. I had to tie it back
Oh
into it
yeah,
somehow.
that makes sense. Elizabeth Bathory makes sense.
This is the only Halloween event so far where the welfare was not Elizabeth Bathory.
Aw. Yeah, she does. She has a lot of forms. That makes sense. Okay. And then is this a...
So I can go over her abilities too. I just wanted to show you that while we
Oh,
were...
okay.
So
Yeah.
in this form, she uses her poison sake as her magical girl weapon and even rides around on it. She still has... she still likes to use barehanded combat, but doesn't get nearly as outwardly brutal as in her assassin form. Well, at least what she does isn't literally ripping the bones out. Now she's crushing internal organs inside the body because you got to keep it clean for the magical girl show.
Yeah. I love that.
What'd you see?
I'm just reading the description of heartbreak.
Crushing internal organs.
Apparently, when a Chaldea staff asked her about this suspiciously, she responded with smiling pleasantly while answering. Without answering, she just went... Break rod, sparkling stick. She wanted a sparkling stick. Okay. Onikain demon, alright. And then Noble Phantasm is Dharmpala Girl, Nine-Headed Dragon Massacre.
So I think Dharmpala Girl is the other translation.
Yeah.
I believe it's Magifender Girl is the one they went with in the
That
game.
makes sense.
But it's probably like three different two different ways of looking at the translation, or one that's more direct, and one that's not. So this is a barrage of attacks that culminates in shooting firing her poisonous sake at her opponent. Sometimes Ibaraki joins in.
Oh, okay. Alright, and so we have a Noble Phantasm for that?
Yep.
Okay.
So once again, this is a...
Yeah, it's got the stages.
I will, however, bring up that when we get to the NP, there will be 2 runs of it. One with Ibaraki, one without.
Okay. That makes sense. I'm gonna move
Go
forward
right
to the
ahead.
NP. Okay.
行くで
Oh, she's drinking all the sake.
採血するとからかして
It's like drunken fist.
くずる応札
Drink the sake, become super strong.
Shooting is the functional drunk.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, we not? Did they
No,
not show
this
the
only had
Shuten
one
variant?
version.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know there's another version where Shuten or where Ibaraki joins in. I don't know what happened. If it's not, it must not have been.
Yeah,
in
it's
there.
not in here.
Hmm.
Okay. Do you have work tomorrow? Or do you need to be like up at a reasonable time tomorrow?
I should be fine.
Okay, because I can keep going, but it is 10 p.m. and this would be like a decent place to cut this if we needed to stop. So it's up to you.
I'll be fine for now.
Okay. All right. Who's next?
So next, we're going to be going to Minamoto no Raikō.
Yeah.
You just pulled her on the GSSR too.
Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't even remember. Yeah, that's right. You can unlock like 3 new characters for me now. Okay. Alright. I mean, like, here's the thing. I love Here's the thing. Like, in my head, I like every part of this except for one. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, this is very well done, except for one part that's kind of like, okay, you know? I mean, and the obvious gender bend.
So Raikō here is the head of the Minamoto clan, founder of the Seto Genji, and the leader of the Heavenly Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Also, fate gender bends him to be a woman, so what's going on here?
Yeah.
Raikō here is actually the Berserker class, and a huge part of that is her mental instability. In life, she was actually born as Gozen, a descendant of Ushi-oni Gozo Tenno.
Oh, okay.
She was a powerful part Oni that her father would be horrified about and send her to a temple to keep away from society, disguising as a male in the process.
Mm-hmm.
While it became clear she was at some point it became clear she was a genius in all regards, so her father would take her back and to act as his heir and rename her Minamoto no Raikō. Gozen was still a problem though, so a story would be fabricated over the years that Raikō was Gozen's sibling and that Raikō had managed to kill the Oni.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, they acted to separate the Oni from the woman, sealing it away.
Yeah.
There would be some brush-ups with the Gozen by Sakata Kintoki, but the Oni would ultimately remain sealed away within Raikō.
Mm-hmm.
Raikō herself would become very paternal to the Heavenly Kings, treating them as she would her own children. She isn't a free-reigning mother either. She definitely leans on the side of helicopter mom that monitors and dotes on her children.
Oh boy.
Much to the delinquent Kintoki's chagrin.
Oh boy.
So if you're wondering what's going on with Kintoki, overcorrection's what's going on with Kintoki.
Ah, yes. His mother was too controlling. And so now he is being a wild child in his teens. Okay.
And obviously, she's a berserker. This gets infinitely worse with that class.
Yeah, that would make sense.
In one instance, Chaldea has to deal with a release of Gozen, and in another, she nearly escaped again during the Hankyo chapter due to an ongoing Holy Grail War.
Jesus.
Within that chapter, she actually summons Nursery Rhyme as her servant in the Grail War, who takes on her appearance, but younger.
Mm-hmm.
You might remember that from the Nursery Rhyme video.
Yeah.
Nursery Rhyme, for the duration of that war, was treated effectively as one of Raikō's children.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I mean, yay, mother, but like also tiger mom. Oof.
She wasn't a berserker. She was a living human at the time, so she was a lot more sane.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Your relationships time?
Yep.
All right. Oh, Kintoki, are you still causing trouble like that? Hey, where are you going? I'm really looking out for you, my child. You're so cruel I could cry. Mother is the shadow prefect right now. I will not be able to play the role of mother as often, but Kintoki, why do you hang your head like that? Be a good boy and hold your head high. Kintoki, you're so pale. I see you have caught a cold. You must have fallen asleep naked again. Naughty Kintoki. Kintoki, you still have a grain of rice on your cheek, forever a child. I am worried, given that I am now the Shadow Public Morals Committee's chairwoman. The number of times I conduct myself as a mother, just like usual, has decreased. Please, I hope you do not do such things as turning yourself into delinquency. Too late. As the Shadow Prefect, I have gained courage. That's why I'm going to finally ask this question. In fact, I am compelled to ask. Kintoki, I have been holding this question within myself all this time. Your hairstyle with your bangs grown out and teased up that way. Did you perhaps become a delinquent? Hey, wait, Kintoki, you're not getting away from me, Kintoki. That hairstyle, did you become a delinquent by some chance? Yes. Yes, he did, and it's your fault. My, you've come as well, Tsuna. Well then, I do look forward to working with you here now. Please be kind to Master and Kintoki. You say I seem to have gone soft? Oh my, that must just be your imagination. It's been a while, Lady Kaoruko. Are you still writing those beautiful stories while you're here? That's nice. You're being an insect. Oh my, a troublesome bug mustn't look this way, mustn't breathe, mustn't exist. If it will not end itself, then I will crush it. Thank you? What are you talking about? Oh, that was a different me and a different you. Well, that doesn't concern us. But, well, that is true. I suppose you did good work back there. An Oni who is the same as the source that corrupts the public morals. Hey, your existence is prohibited. I sense a troublesome bug, perhaps that ragged Oni girl over there. Oh, do not fret. When I crush her, neither you nor Kintoki will have to watch. I found it. I have found it. I have found the Oni who I believe to be the source of all of this corruption. Please take a look, Master. That insect's very existence itself destroys dignity. No, please don't look. One look and your eyes will be tainted. Unacceptable. Unacceptable! Its existence is completely unacceptable. I hear that there is a yellow troublesome pest lurking around Master and Kintoki. It couldn't be who I think it is, could it? An insect. Oni are essentially the embodiment of moral corruption. We must eradicate them right away. Oh, Oni are the like are the embodiment of the disorders to the public morals. It seems the other me caused you a great deal of trouble. I'm terribly sorry. Musashi-sama, please forgive me. Ashiya Domon, an inhuman creature who devours even Oni.
Excited for the Ashiya Doman video yet?
A little bit, yeah. Hassan of Serenity. Why have I not acknowledged insects? Then should I consider you just the right proxy insect repellent? Okay. Gozen. Excuse me, what kind of tale does this seem to be? No comment to Tamamo no Mai, Abe no Seimei, or Ashiya Domon. Zhuanzong Sanzong. Oh, what do I think of the monk's outfit? I believe it's exemplary, of course. She is wearing a highly virtuous Buddhist stole. Even if she were to wear a bikini underneath, would that matter? That's not what I said during the event. Is that a problem? Yes, what is it, Sir Knight? An eyesore? You believe I may overstimulate the young ones? I have no idea what you are talking about. Yes. What is it? You really are an austere person. You may be worthy of becoming a shadow prefect, a gentleman suitable for the Shadow Public Morals Committee. Boudica. Your provocative attire is very much prohibited. I have been thinking of such since long ago. Scheherazade. Needless to say, prohibited, prohibited, absolutely prohibited. Ironic, since you remind me of Scheherazade. Like, do we need to have a pot kettle discussion, Minamoto? Because one and the same. Nitocris. It is okay if it is only your St. Graph's first stage. Yeah, that's fair. Frankenstein. It is okay during the race. But given that it is a swimsuit attire if Fran is outside of a race, Raikō's response becomes not good. Leaving too many gaps is not good of you, so properly cover up the spots that should be hidden. Troublesome romantic relationship male servants. I do not know why I feel restless. I feel a tingling sensation. It's almost as if someone is staring intently at me. Perhaps it is someone who wants to protect the world's morality with me, but is shyly hiding in the bushes. That is not what they want to do, Raikō. Non-modest female servants and Roland. How shameless. Absolutely not, absolutely not. Now you listen, you must be more modest than that. Unacceptable, unacceptable. Now I really want to see Roland.
You're gonna love it.
Because it doesn't just say not modest female servants. It says not modest female servants and Roland.
I could give you a hint if you want.
Please.
Gray from Fairy Tail.
Okay then. Summer servants, Maeve, and Kiara Sesshuin. Prohibited, because these are too shameless. That was all the relationships. Abilities.
So, Raikō is a masterful swordsman relying on primarily incredible techniques that would cut down entire armies. She wields a longsword called the Dojigiri Yasutsuna.
I talked about the Dojigiri?
Yep. It's a blade that can be used in the execution of criminals. She also wields a longbow and a quiver of arrows that she will fire at insane speeds.
Love that.
Due to having a level of divinity, she can also imbue her attacks with lightning.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Berserker, Madness Enhancement. Riding. Okay, that comes from Gozo Tenno. Magic Resistance, Divinity. Alright, Eternal Arms Mastery. Dexterity in Combat Arms. Also, Genji Arms Mastery. Okay. Mana Burst Lightning, because Gozu Tenno is the incarnation of Taishakuten, the god Indra, which is why it showed half-sibling to fucking Arjuna. Because Indra. Okay, I was wondering about that. Minamoto no Raikō possesses the power of the Kitano Tenjin Raijin. Alright. Mystery Slayer. The strongest Mystery Slayer of the Heian period. Alright, Noble Phantasm. Ox King Stormcall, the inescapable net of heaven.
So, using her powers as Ushi Gozen, Raikō temporarily creates 4 copies of herself, each one wielding one of the 4 weapons of the Heavenly Kings. She can then use those copies to be an effective fighting force against an entire army if she wants to be.
Oh.
That's me against the footstool.
Yeah.
So yes, we do have the NP here.
Interesting. Oh, also, other capabilities. Oh, she could see through presence concealment from Medea Lily and detect Watanabe no Tsuna.
Yep. Preemptive.
5th time bitten, 1st time shy. I think maybe the biggest issue I have with her design is that it could be like a really good design that gives nods to like traditional costume, but then it just kind of, I don't know, excessive. It's the same thought I had about Scheherazade. It's too much.
It's going just a little too far.
Yeah, it's too far. Oh yeah, there it is. I haven't even seen 2 of these yet. The bow and the spear. But I did see Sakata's axe.
And only that last one was Raikō's sword. You haven't seen Tsuna's sword yet either.
No.
So next up we have her summer variation.
Yep.
Lancer.
Okay. Oh boy.
This one's going to be fun.
That's a choice. Oh.
The prefect.
Yep. Okay. Prefect. I like this.
So it's around...
Didn't Lady Murasaki have something similar?
She wore... hers was all cosplay. Similar kind of outfit.
But it was like a...
Same artist.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that does. I like her little...
It's around now that I'll mention that, like, Murasaki, Moriarty, their artist, I believe their artist started out as a hentai artist.
Yeah,
so you can kind of see that.
That's fair. I would keep her in this outfit. I'm gonna be honest. I'd keep her there.
So, once during summer, for a race, Raikō became a Lancer, joining Sanzong, and decided she'd become the Shadow Prefect that would monitor the degrading morals of the Chaldean servants during summer.
Oh, I see that. Likes public morals. Chaldea peace. Moral degradation. Dislike.
Unfortunately, she's still Berserker levels of unhinged and isn't doing her job amazingly well, but I can't complain too much when she ultimately was the only reason the Master was able to escape from Jeanne d'Arc's sibling brainwashing plan.
I would like to point out that here, upon ascending to the 3rd stage, the tension rises. She discards the sailor uniform, and as a result, she becomes the #1 cause of disruption in public morals, but has absolutely no awareness of that herself.
So Fate is absolutely aware of how ridiculous Raikō's design is. You'll remember Shuten was calling her the cow.
The cow, yeah. I was... even though it is summer, you are not to drown yourself in liberal thoughts, am I clear? But, President, it's showing. The slit in the skirt is rather revealing. More importantly, under that sailor uniform, there's quite the swimsuit. Is she really unaware?
So they don't actually have a lot of description on this for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't really know why, but I'll just say it. During summer, she fights using a combination of swords and yo-yos. Real Lancer, like, right?
Yeah. So I can see her personal skills named here.
Yeah.
So Shadow Public Morals Committee President, Wrought Iron Yo-Yo, Summer Catastrophe, and then Shashkra's Vajra?
So for Noble Phantasm, this is when she uses a lance finally. She uses Indra's
Vajra.
lance to the shock of Rama and Arjuna both.
I was gonna say, I remember Vajra.
She chucks it at her enemy as a projectile.
Yeah. The divine lance of Indra. I remember that. Okay.
We have both an FGO and an arcade. Did not preemptive it this time.
I gotta get better about that. It's so loud. It's a good thing Fate's aware that this is ridiculous.
This is also why you're like, isn't that hypocritical? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the point.
Yeah, it's very hypocritical. Oh boy. Jesus, there's just...
They have a custom set on that too. Like they set the profile to be Ascension 1 and the sprite to be Ascension 3. That was nice.
Yeah. Vajra, Indra. I mean, that's actually that's a really cool NP to have. Just pull out the fucking divine spear of the god Indra.
I love that there's a specific note that, like, I love the Arjuna Rama note where they're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily mention it earlier, but Kintoki has mentioned that if Raikō were ever summoned as a Saber, she'd be terrifyingly strong.
Oh yeah, because she's a swordsman.
どうされましたマスター空気が乱れる
Oh Jesus, they really went all out there.
どんな意味なのでしょうか
Ah, my favorite view from the back, with the when it becomes basically opaque. Oh, thank God.
Don't worry, it'll change by the NP, I'm sure.
No, keep it like this.
Oh no!
Keep it like this. See, I can accept this. I can accept the slit in the side of the skirt because it's a swimsuit outfit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a beach wrap that's like has a slit in the side. Also,
Yep.
yep. All right. Who's Watanabe no Tsuna?
Yep. Any guess in the class? Oh,
Oh, sorry, Saber.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned sword earlier, so I would have guessed Saber anyways.
So, if you want to look at the designs, you're
I
welcome
will. He looks pretty cool already. Oh yeah, dude, he looks hella cool. What the fuck? Normal. What the fuck?
A little bit of a badass we have here.
A little bit. A fucking badass.
So Tsuna here is played fairly straight compared to Kintoki and Raikō. He's the rival of Ibaraki-dōji and is by far the most skilled of the Heavenly Kings, openly acknowledged by Raikō and the others as the most reliable of them. Like Kintoki, with Shuten, he has like Kintoki is with Shuten, he has a complicated relationship with Ibaraki. Nothing pseudo-romantic like with Kintoki. Instead, it all starts with his hatred for Oni, as one killed the love of his life.
Aww.
That said, it wasn't just any Oni that killed Tsuna's lover. Rather, it was one born to her that she tried to raise as her own child before it killed her.
Aww.
So, in Ibaraki's face, Tsuna sees the Oni's mother.
Remember how Ibaraki killed her own mother in that one story?
Yup.
That's actually like really kind of tragic and sad.
So, when Tsuna bore a grudge for her until he saw her face clearly for the first time, which unintentionally softened him on Oni.
Well, yeah, because, like, that's the face of the woman I love, the daughter of the woman I loved.
After he took Ibaraki's arm, she would come to him disguised as her mother to try catching him off guard. When Tsuna saw her, he knew what was going on and just let her in and let her have the arm back.
Aww.
But he promised that the next time they saw each other, he would slay her. It's unknown what happened after that. It's left up to interpretation.
My goodness. I hope that they mended their. My fan canon is that they mended
they
their
absolutely did
relationship.
not. Tsuna's
Shut the fuck
softened, but Ibaraki hates him still.
Shut the fuck up.
I will say though, if you want a little bit of fun here, during the Hankyo Holy Grail War, he would summon Medea and would put the 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings, so basically all the other Heavenly Kings, excluding himself and Kintoki, out of commission by taking their arms off along with their command spells.
Jesus. Okay.
Like I said, cutting off arms.
Yeah, he's got a thing for it. All right, relationships?
Yep.
Kintoki, your appearance. Don't you think you've been brainwashed by modern times too much? Oh, so you actually prefer this look. It's more golden that way. I see. Knowledge of the modern day has informed me that your attire is what they would call befitting of a delinquent. What a shocker.
So he shares the same view with Kintoki's design as you do.
I really do. Lord Raikō, from now on I will be serving under Master. As my senior, I would appreciate if you guided me in this. If you are heading out to slay Oni and demons, I am ready. Lord Raikō, you seem to be in lighter attire than usual. It's a summer exclusive look. The Shadow Prefect. I do not know the details, but please give me any commands you have. I will slay anything that needs slaying. Ibaraki-dōji is here? No, I'm not in any position to see her. If I do meet her, I may ruin everything she built for herself to this point. But there's sure to be a time when I will have to slay her. My life and blade exists to slay her one day. Even if I've become a servant, that will not change. So Shuten-dōji is here. What a headache. I'd like to leave it to Kintoki, but I have a feeling doing so will just invite a whole other sort of trouble. Firstly, it's bad enough that she isn't tied up. She's an Oni and should not be allowed to roam free. Ibuki-dōji. If Master's telling me not to slay her, then I will not. But if you command me to kill her, I will not hesitate. At least, that's all I can say at this moment. Either way, I know such a mission would put my life on the line. I see. So the lady who has fox ears, which are not horns, a tail, wears a school uniform, and carries a cell phone, is Suzuka Gozen? She seems to have lumped together a lot of attributes, but I guess I can't call her an Oni if she's put that much effort into it all. So they are descendants of Oni. They must have had a tough life. You're wondering why I'm not going to slay them? If I have to decide whether a descendant is Oni or human, then I consider them an Oni the moment they do something atrocious. If they act like a human, then they are in no way an Oni, towards Tomoe Gozen and Fumakotaro. Okay. She's also an Oni, an idol in the Oni world. My master, you're incorrect. She's a bona fide lizard. It's rude of you to call her an Oni. So, do you know why she just got angry? Dragon! Dragon! I don't do that tongue thing. We were all thinking it. Alright. The last 2 weren't red lines.
Alright, so Tsuna, like the other 2, is exceptionally skilled, more so than even Kintoki. We've seen for a fact that even in life he could keep up with servant strength enemies. This is something that he is just generally become exceptionally good at. He's not actually... So, I believe... actually, no, yeah, we're good on that.
Okay. Alright, magic resistance, riding makes sense. Eternal arms mastery, so long as his opponent is anti-demon. So long as his opponent is demonic, his swordsmanship will not waver. Okay. Foot soldier of Suiten. There is a rumor that Tsuna, the ancestor of the Watanabe political plan, was a shaman involved in laying the souls of water spirits to rest, which Suiten, that makes sense. Severed arm of Ichijo Modoribashi, the imperial capital of Kyoto. The place took place at Ichijo Modoribashi. Okay. So he wields the sword Onikiri Yatsusuna, formerly known as Higekiri, for his noble phantasm. And then has a second one, Mount Oe Enlightened Oni Slayer.
Yes, yeah. The first one is just the sword. It's just special damage against Oni and demonic enemies.
Okay.
Although, like, lower ranking Oni, just drawing it will cause them to face, like, actual psychic damage. But Mount Oe, the Enlightened Oni Slayer, this is Tsuna's ultimate technique. Where Raikō and Kintoki rely on superhuman feats to defeat Oni, Tsuna's technique is one he could pull off just as a normal human. He, unlike those 2, has nothing special going for him other than just being a really skilled swordsman.
Nice. No, that's pretty cool. All right. You got an NP for me?
Yep.
I'm never going to remember.
You remembered once.
I remembered once. I do like his design a lot, especially stage 3. Like, I would keep him in stage 3 if I had him. Just really cool sword moves.
Yeah.
Body Slayer. The bridge. From one side to the other. Burn, extinguish all sin. I love him.
So we're going to touch on the other two Heavenly
Yeah.
Sword, or Heavenly Kings, before we move on.
Okay.
So go ahead and move us on, because we don't have designs for them.
Okay.
There's some just artwork of the three if you want to look at them.
We do know that one of them was given a bow.
Yes, so
And the other a lance.
Urabe would be an archer servant if he was summoned. And when he was, and during the Han-Kyo Holy Grail War, he summoned Count Cagliostro.
Oh, yeah.
And then as for Usui Sadamatsu, he or she, because let's be honest here, Fate would absolutely take that gender bend if they can, is a rider or lancer class servant, one of the two.
Okay.
And would be, and during the Han-Kyo Holy Grail War, they summoned Helena Blavatsky.
Okay. All right.
And that's pretty much all we have on them.
Interesting.
Short, sweet, to the point.
All right.
So our next servant here is called Ibuki-dōji.
Did you not give me Ibuki-dōji?
You covered what we needed.
Okay.
Go
Is
ahead.
it even worth it for me to try to guess a class?
Probably not.
Okay.
So meet Ibuki-dōji.
Well. They already look adoptable.
They grow with their ascensions.
Still adoptable. I love the Magatamas. Oh, there's a fourth. I skipped the fourth. Okay, maybe not that one. We're just going to ignore that one. Oh, the demon eyes. That's what changed.
So that's a special
Head.
link specific to a story chapter.
Okay. All right.
So
Got it.
this is actually Shuten-dōji.
Oh.
Shuten is actually really, really old. And a long time before the Heian period, she was practically a different person.
Oh, yeah.
This version of her is identified as
This is the Yamata.
Ibuki-dōji.
Yeah, this is the Yamata no Orochi child.
Yes.
Okay.
This is Shuten closer to when she was first born and
Mm-hmm.
the time period afterward, where she was actually held as a god of Mount Ibuki.
Yeah, born at the base of Mount Ibuki from the Yamata no Orochi.
Yep. As a servant, she takes the Saber class.
Interesting. Also, I love her first one the best. I'm okay with the rest of hers, but the first one is peak. Would adopt. Also, likes alcohol, pretty boys and girls, strong people. Dislikes being roused while slumbering. Okay. Oh. Do you have personality for me?
Nothing special. She's
Okay.
It's hard. Nothing
Okay.
crazy.
All right, then relationships. Oh, there was a ninja woman here just now, wasn't there? Is that the curse of Orochi? Interesting. When that woman noticed me observing her, she didn't know how to react. How amusing. Let's take her as my little sister. Ah, you're Koga Sabu-chan's kid. You've been cursed up this last generation? That must have been hard on you. Your feelings, you see, when it comes to feelings alone, I was wondering if I could relate to some extent. What's wrong? You started crying all of a sudden. Aw, she went and hugged me. Aw, there. It must have been scary. There. Koga Saburo's descendant. An interesting fellow is around. I'll have to dote on her, won't I? An Oni seems to be one. Just who is this? They look like a pain in the butt. She's so annoying, going, band, what's with the beauty? There's pretty much no girl around that has a flashier getup than me. No, but that beauty's swimsuit is pretty showy. The Minamoto clan's so-and-so, a woman who controls lightning while possessing the body of a mortal. Something is mixed in with her. Still, just what is she? What is forbidden about me? The smell of the red dragon. My, just who is that blue-eyed blonde brat? There he is, that blonde brat. My, he is putting on airs as always. Still, perhaps he has changed a little. That's right, he's somewhat changing the silhouette of the human order as if... Right, now then, how should I mess with him? That blonde youngster, just where have I... so that's how it is, how amusing. The blonde brat with blue eyes has transformed quite remarkably. That form is also quite amusing. Was there something there just now? They were somewhat like mist and also felt nostalgic for some reason. Shuten-dōji? What the heck is that? What? Did someone just say something? They did say something, for sure. It came from around there. Shuten-dōji. There is some mist-like thingy around, but nobody is there, you know?
So
Jeez.
she can't actually see Shuten-dōji because that is a version of her that just is not comprehensible to her.
Don't say spooky things like that. Just now, who spoke to me? I have heard a voice from around there. What, Shuten-dōji? What are you talking about? Well, what's there is darkness without light, something akin to mist, as if it could speak words. There is an Oni, I think? Yes, it's quite nostalgic and quite lovely. An Oni, they are from somewhat distant past, huh? So it's not an Oni from the modern age. Gotcha. Oni, those from the mountains. How nostalgic. So that's all Oni servants.
Yep.
Snake-related servants. I feel the presence of a snake. Oh, so is it the snake god of a foreign country? I should meet her, together with the Tsuchinokos. Ah, hello, so you are a snake god from abroad. I am a snake too, so let's get along, okay? A snake of a foreign land, all sorts of things are out there, huh? If there exist those similar to me, then there are also those who are quite different. Okay. So this one is addressed to Florence Nightingale, Paracelsus von Hohenheim, Zhang Jue, Iris Veal, Dress of Heaven, Charles-Henri Sanson, and Asclepius. Doctor, can I give you the duty of looking after kids with summer heat fatigue? Then it's okay if we are a bit reckless. What a relief. It's wonderful to see how high-spirited you are, Gareth-chan. Big sis likes kids like you. They're very summer-like. You, are you enjoying your summer? Yan Ching-kun, hey, are you enjoying it? For real? Limbo-kun, no, Doman-kun, let's go play. So many flowers. That sparkling, beautiful girl, Lady Avalon-chan. Looks like she calls herself the Mage of Flowers, Merlin's little sister, but I know, but I won't say it. Secrets are also summer-like. Aries-chan, you're so cute, and you also give off a nostalgic scent for some reason. Are you okay? Can you walk without falling over? Don't you want me to carry you in my arms? Big sis won't take her eyes off you. About the Jean-chans, their existence themselves are summer-like already. How nice. Manuscript? What's that? Summer servants. You're enjoying summer quite a lot, you guys. That's how it has to be. Okay, let's celebrate with all our power. Let's go! And apparently there's some missing relationship lines for Wu Zetian, Swimsuit, Skahak Scotty, and Ortland, Hilder, and Thrud.
Yeah. So, abilities-wise, Ibuki is freaking powerful. One of FGO's recurring antagonists, Limbo, believed she was strong enough to qualify as a beast class, but that never quite got anywhere close to a reality. Like that never ended up being accomplished. With just one additional component spirit being added to her, her very presence was enough to bring all Oni under her control through sheer loyalty alone. And she was able to incapacitate most humans without lifting a finger. She was legitimately undefeatable. Even as just her servant self, she's still able to fight using nearly god-level powers. Yeah.
Magic resistance riding. Makes sense. Dragon kind. Natural-born dragon, because she's the offspring of the eight-headed servant. Divine core of the snake god from the Yamato no Orochi. That makes sense. Strength of mountains and rivers. Surging 8 meridians, gained from inheriting the nature of a god of floods, one of the Yamato no Orochi's aspects as a god, accompanied by severe aggression. Fingertips of impurity, a loss of purity, lack of honor, finally death. Those touched by the fingers are impure and cannot show themselves before gods or humans. Okay. Noble phantasm, the divine sword Kusanagi no Taichi, one of the 3 treasures, which I think we talked about in either the Tamama no Mai or the Ushiwakamaru video. I think we did, because I remember talking about the Kusanagi no Taichi. It's the famous sword.
No, you're good.
Yeah. It's the Noble Phantasm. Anything else about it?
Oh, sorry.
I was...
So Ibuki borrows the power of the divine sword with enough power to and she has enough power to carve rivers into the land itself.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Alright, that's it.
Yep, and go right on to the NPs here. Or the NP.
Just the one. I mean, she does have a pretty cool design, I have to admit. Like, it's pretty fucking cool.
It's very stylized.
It is, and I kind of like that. You know what it reminds me of? A little bit of some of the Hindu servants.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, for as many problems as the proportions may have with this artist...
Yeah.
This artist stylizes the servants really well.
Yeah, and I don't get me wrong, I like this more than Minamoto no Raikō. Like, if I was picking between the two, I'd pick this one. Sword of Gods, Kusanagi no T.H.E. Ooh, the rolling waves and the... I bet if you counted, there would be 8 serpent heads. That's pretty cool. We have another Ibuki?
Yeah, so she has a summer form.
Okay.
So,
Lancer.
No.
Okay.
Berserker.
Ah, okay. That's a choice. I love the fish. They look so derpy. Like, they just look derp. The cheerleading is cute. I like the colors. Can you tell those colors apart distinctly?
No, they look like her skin.
So, her skin's gray, just so you know. Her hair is blue and pink, and the pom-poms are like hot pink and hot teal.
Outside of like the blue,
Yeah.
it all looks the same color to me.
Yeah, no, it's hot pink and hot teal. Yeah. Ooh. Stormy.
Are you ready for the fan service?
Yeah, that's certainly a thing. Oh, and there's the event locked demon eyes and new horns. I kind of like this one.
The giant bazooka?
Yeah, I'm kind of a fan of 3 and also the changed 3. Okay.
So
Oh wait, I didn't. Is she new?
she is new, yes.
Okay.
Or she's newer than the baseball.
Okay.
Or she came out just before baseball. I mean,
Okay. Okay.
So-
Because I didn't see April Fools, so I was curious.
Almost nothing changes character-wise with her in this form. She's just decides to change spirit origin and becomes a berserker of equally ludicrous power levels.
Good for her.
Ability-wise, she's actually relaxing right now, which makes her genuinely more dangerous. While she goes around with the same sword, she is cutting back and letting loose even more of her powers.
I love that.
Her noble phantasm is the holy spirit of Ibuki, 8 channels surging waves. Ibuki releases an aspect of herself that is the god of floods, releasing a powerful sea water to attack her enemies.
I also see her skills. So there's Midsummer Goddess, decides what's summer like and what isn't. The goddess ruling over summer. She is an Aramitama. Summer Cheerleader, because she's the cheerleader of summer. And Beach Apocalypse. Because of her destructive force, her summer getup is already on the level of the apocalypse from the Book of Revelation. Run for your lives. Love that.
We have her NP here.
頑張って
My soul
You just
left
got
my
attacked.
body.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
I do like that she's in her cheerleader form, though, because I do, even though it's, you know, obviously very interestingly drawn, it's cute, and I like the colors. I'm a fan. Rah, rah. Oh, there's the waves. It's a giant pom-pom.
Genuinely, like right now, gameplay-wise, she's considered one of the strongest serpents.
I could see why. Also, once again, very stylized. I kind of like the whole riding on the clouds and the snakes popping out of places. It's pretty. Oh, this is like a full thing. Okay, I don't need to watch all of that.
Yeah, no, I don't have a trailer because she's too new for NA trailer. Because the special trailers are NA only.
Yeah. Okay.
夏の女神が衆上
Ooh, they moved her to the 4th version.
踊りなさいな騒ぎなさいな
Oh,
命があるんでしょ
that's some really cool art. Also, red eyes, pointy teeth.
So it's about now. I'm going to hand it back to you, even though I didn't pull up a wiki page here. What do you want to tell us about Yui Shosetsu?
You didn't give me Yui Shosetsu, I don't think.
I did.
Was it a separate addendum?
It was part of the list I sent you.
Let me check my notes.
Or I should have added it to them. Fuck. I'll do Yui Shosetsu then. There's not much to cover here.
Okay, because you didn't... Unless you sent it as an addendum, that's the list I copied over.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second.
I know I've told you before, but I must have forgotten it when I sent the revised list to get rid of all the Heian servants.
Hang on a sec.
Because this was originally supposed to be a long-ass Heian kill video.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah, completely unrelated to the Heian period, by the way.
Yeah, the Bakufu?
Edo.
Yeah, Bakufu.
Yeah.
1651? That character? Okay. Well, I'm on a website I used to research some of the other serpents. This is from so I've got an entry from the Encyclopedia of Edo about the rebellion of Yui Shosetsu.
Yep.
So during the 4th year of Keion, 1651, a group of Ronin attempted to revolt against the Tokugawa Bakufu. Oh, I've heard of the Keion incident. Okay, so Yui Shosetsu and Marubashi Chuya, as well as Kanai Hanbei and Kumagaya Saburo Hei led it. And it was after the Battle of Sekhie. So after the Sekigahara, the Bakufu rearranged the way that regional daimyo families existed, and they gave like the best, like all the areas near Tokyo were given to like the ones that were most loyal, and then like the further away and kind of like less lucrative domains were often given to those who opposed the Tokugawa, right? So it was really rearranged. So by the time that there was like Iemitsu was shogun, there were like 40,000 Ronin wandering who had once held land but had it taken away from them afterwards. And so they rose up during this period and tried to rebel. But so Yui Shosetsu opened a school of strategy. I remember learning about this in my Japanese history class. And I guess met with Marubashi Chuya, who was a practicer of the Hozuin style of spears, who also opened a dojo nearby, and they joined together to try to correct what they thought of as a corrupted Bakufu, which, to be honest, it kind of was. I mean, the Tokugawa really did just say, yoink, I'm going to give that to someone I trust. But in the 4th year of Keion, Iemitsu died of an illness, and Tsuna, his successor, was an infant when he was named the next shogun. And that's when they rose up, but their plot was discovered because of the secret missives that were discovered. Like, one of the plotters informed the Bakufu government. So they launched a nationwide search for all the accomplices. So originally, Shosetsu and his accomplices all committed seppuku. But they also launched a search for the rest of them, gathering about another 30 or so. And then he'd left a will saying that it wasn't his. He didn't mean to destroy the Bakufu. He just wanted to change its corruption.
It was more of an attempt to make social change, not an attempt to overthrow the government.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just pretty interesting.
It's an interesting...
Especially because I guess we talked about it with Minamoto Musashi and stuff like that, but like the Edo period was kind of the death of the idea of like samurai as a warrior class. They basically were in decline throughout the entirety of the Edo period.
Well, can you take a guess as to what we're why we have Yui Shosetsu here and what we're transitioning into?
The Edo period?
So during the Musashi video, I mentioned that was one of the big themes of Samurai Remnant, was the leaving behind of the samurai.
Is Yui Shosetsu a Samurai Remnant character?
Yes.
Oh.
Yui Shosetsu is one of the masters if you want to click into the next tab.
Okay.
So this is Yui Shosetsu.
Oh.
So Yui Shosetsu here is actually gender bent.
Okay.
But a brief throwaway line from Musashi tells us that Yui Shosetsu's gender can vary between timelines. Mm-hmm. Besides just the gender bending, though, Yui is also revealed to be a homunculus modeled after the Ainsburn designs. She'd be created by the mage and also minor historical figure Mori Suikoden. Mm-hmm. Well, I think you mentioned there, right? Suikoden?
I don't think so.
You might not have.
Yeah.
We won't go into him. We don't need to go into him, but I'll just say he was involved with Shimabara. He would teach both Yui and Chiemon, if you remember Chiemon.
Yeah.
He would teach them both magecraft before his death in the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Yui would be left alone, and she would become skilled with the blade, opening up the academy for the Ronin during the Edo period. She initially planned to have that uprising against the shogunate for the poor treatment of the Ronin.
Yeah.
But her true desire was to see a just world.
Yeah. She didn't mean to bring down the entire government and structure. She just wanted it to be fair, you know?
Well, this would cause her to die in most timelines, except for Samurai Remnant. Because the introduction of the Waxing Moon ritual into the timeline sort of gave her a different path to take. She initially intended to use the wish to create a just world, but that kind of goes belly up. In one way or another, she leaves her wish with Iori, thinking that he is the best one to carry on her wish, completely misjudging his character, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. Based on what I know of him, yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Were you in the final stream watching or listening?
No. I was busy.
So during the final stream, like during the big Iori mask off moment.
Well, no. I caught the ending cutscene of the game when you played it.
Did you catch me saying I wasn't ready for sad Yui? Because
Yes.
there's a scene where she sees Iori's true colors.
Yes,
and,
I did
walks
catch that.
away depressed.
Yeah, I did catch that.
Well, regardless of the timeline, she's destined to die young, just as most Einsborn homunculi are. Be it with wounds sustained in the ritual, an execution at the hands of the shogun, or simply expiring under house arrest by the Mages Association.
Okay. Interesting.
But her servant was Ryder.
And Ryder is...
Go ahead.
Ushi-Gozen?
Ushi-Gozen.
Oh, and look at that. That looks epic.
So,
what the fuck?
Ryder would initially tell a half-truth to Yui, identifying herself as the leader of the Genji, Minamoto no Raikō.
Oh, goodness.
Yui would believe it and devise various plans to win the war with this. But Ushi-Gozen is an Oni at the end of the day, so she would take Yui's wish for a just world and apply the logical conclusion on how to bring a just world or justice to an unjust world. Kill literally everyone.
Genocide.
She would shrug off various command spells, telling her not to do this, and force the collective force of pretty much every remaining servant in the ritual to stop her.
I'm looking at character concept art. So this is with armor, and then outside of armor.
Yep.
Almost has a Celtic servant vibe because of the bodysuit and the lines.
A little bit, yeah.
I don't hate it. I'm kind of a fan.
I don't know. Or do you have the ability to see? Did you see her in her final fight form? Oh, go up.
Armorless?
Oh no, you don't see her here.
Hang on.
So remember how I had you look up the Ushi?
Does it have anything to do with that Kala Sutra hell?
No, that's something with Shimosa.
Okay.
Just altered spirit origin. Not much change there. So we don't actually have it here. It's interesting. So if you go into the boss fight, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's next.
Yeah, but I'll let you scroll down here and look at stuff because we actually
just
do have
looking.
stuff listed.
Yeah, we've got class skills and stuff.
Yeah. So abilities-wise, Ushi-Gozen uses heavy armor to hide her appearance and wields a long sword. Her fighting style is much like Raikō's, while also wearing the armor, drawing on some of the same techniques. Her swords, the shoulder protectors, can actually move on their own and can protect her body from multiple different directions.
Nice.
In later forms, she uses these Dr. Octopus-like arm tendrils to move herself around and attack with. This is kind of taking on that spider design of the Ox-Oni.
Yeah.
They channel and release powerful lightning attacks at her enemies. Her noble phantasms are the Dojigiri...
Dojigiri Yasutsuna.
Yep, and this is just Raikō's longsword again.
Yep, and then the Ox King Reversal Frenzied Tempest.
This is Ushi-Gozen's, mount.
Yeah.
It's a massive Ox-Oni that is capable of leveling entire cities, drawing its power from the city's own ley lines.
Interesting. Yeah, because I see in her riding skill it says she has access to 3 different mounts. The Kyogoku, and then the Great Orochi, the Raging Tempest, which is Koga Saburo's snake, and then Ox King Reversal.
Oh, so the other one, that's a little different. That's a little
yeah
weird. That's specifically tied to what's going on in Samurai Remnant.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got a fight for me.
Yeah, we don't have to watch all of it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show you...
You skipped forward, so we're good. Oh, yeah, there's that spider looking.
Yeah. I just wanted you to be able to see some of it in one specific attack. Though it might be worth going in and taking a look at the Ox-Oni, like the full design.
Yeah. That's actually a pretty cool form.
Yeah.
It is very Doc Ock coded.
I'm waiting to see...
I love the bouncy ball. Oh. That does look cool. Eat the rice ball. ball.
Okay, we should be seeing it here soon.
Okay.
That's the Ox-Oni.
Oh.
So you can watch more of this if you want, but it's probably better that we just take a look at the Ox-Oni.
Just go back a little?
Going back or forward's probably the best option here.
Oh, okay. I can see it.
But like the full thing. Actually, maybe not, because it might be better to look it up.
Yeah, I think it's too long.
Just look up Samurai Remnant Ushi Gozen. Is it going to appear here?
I'm not seeing it. No. It doesn't look like it's coming up. But I kind of saw it. Because it's not that.
Open up the Type Moon Wiki again. We could probably find a link to it there.
Here?
Yeah. Scroll down to the Noble Phantasm.
Oh, yeah, because it's right there. That one? Or the Phantasm?
The Phantasm. That's
okay. Yeah, so we can see it.
So, yeah.
Okay.
That said, we're going to need to put a pin in this one. Because we know for a fact, like almost with 100% certainty, that this servant's coming to the FGO in like a week.
Okay, so we'll see you guys in a week for that addendum.
And I figured it's getting late for us. It might be best to just wait until we do that addendum to do all the card arts.
Okay.
If that's fine with you.
Yeah, fine by me.
All right, then. See you in a week, guys.
You're acting like
I've been defeated, like this was the most bullshit timeline.
Apparently.
So, to some extent I expect this. I even gave Sekhie a little heads up. Like in my notes I had, we're going to need to have an addendum here. And we did have an addendum there. It was before the recording. And literally the day afterwards, not only did they do a left when I thought they were going to do a right, they also turned around and did a right, but did it in a weird, funky fashion.
So three lefts make a right?
Something like that. So we've got multiple new servants to cover today.
Yay!
I guess starting us off, we have a new Yui Shosetsu, who we briefly covered last time because she was the master of Samurai Remnant Rider, or Ushi Gozen.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't cover them a whole ton. I don't think, because I'm trying, like, it's been a while since we recorded the initial part of this episode, and I'm like racking my brain trying to think, what did I say about Yui? What did I say about Yui? And I genuinely can't remember.
We forgot to include her in the initial research section, so you had to do you had to do an immediate on the spot research for her.
That might have been why. Yeah, because the thing is, I'm more familiar with Yui now, because I actually picked up recently a copy of this book, The History of Japan, 1615 to 1867. I actually happened to wander upon a used copy of it recently, and I picked it up and read it. So I'm a little more familiar with Yui Shosetsu now, which I keep saying she. It's not a she. It's a he. This is the problem when you learn about a character in Fate first accidentally, then you can never go back. But Yui was an important member of an uprising in 1651 called the Keian Uprising, whose intention was to overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate, which was relatively newly established at that point, like about a half a century old, quite small in the general scheme of like things being established. But unfortunately, he ended up committing suicide because of the plot being uncovered by like bad communication methods and then things being found out by the Tokugawa. And so he's also known as one of the three great Ronin, along with Yamaga Soko and Komazawa Banzan, who are also famous figures. So he was born in Sunpu Domain and was taken in by Ronin from the area, which is absolutely hilarious because, like, this boy was essentially raised by masterless samurai, taught swordsmanship, military strategy, and, you know, during the era when he was being raised by these lawless samurai would have been when they were kind of in the height of their power before the decline of samurai under the Tokugawa, right? So he would have kind of gotten the best of all worlds from being taught by these samurai because they would have been really well educated and well prepared in matters of military and strategy, and more sort of militaristic and more towards the martial arts than, you know, later on 150 years later or so, at which point the formally trained samurai were becoming more and more like accountants and such than they were trained military professionals, which is pretty interesting. So with that education, he was able to find employment as a instructor at an academy that taught other samurai, where he would teach disciplines relating to swordsmanship. But the academy he worked at really only kind of taught, you know, it taught both the schools of martial arts, right, like all the things you needed to learn, but also other intellectual things, including political ideas. And so because of this being like all together in one, it meant that students were pretty much always members of samurai class families, but they could have come from samurai class families that were now made ronin, or like the sons of daimyo themselves. So you could literally have students who were both like severely underprivileged for their social status and severely overprivileged for their social status at the same time. And then during this kind of right before this period, regulations were made stricter and a lot of ronin were expelled, and so they ended up coming to these schools, which meant that the population of these schools swelled really dramatically. So eventually he opened up his own school of military strategy and martial arts in Edo, as well as an ironworks and an armorer shop to go along with it, where he continued maintaining contacts, gaining friends, and kind of earning prestige in sort of Japanese society and like social life. And he befriended Marubashi Chuya, who was another instructor of martial discipline and strategy, and the two of them would collaborate in planning the Keian uprising eventually. So in 1645, this was when they started planning. A small group of them, a couple of their students, and they had planned for it to take place in 1651, right after Tokugawa Iemitsu would die. And that was the idea. But the plot was discovered before it really began, and then he wasn't even in the city when it was discovered. So Marubashi was arrested in Edo, and he committed seppuku rather than be captured. And Yui was in Sanpu when he was captured. And then I know that after he had died, his body was subject to like a bunch of really like officials at the time did not treat his body very respectfully, and he ended up being essentially like post-death, like his body was like mutilated and stuff. And eventually his parents and other close relatives were crucified for their association with him. So he was largely not successful, but he kind of became representative of political unrest in the Edo period because he is kind of the product of these stricter laws governing the samurai and kind of daimyo class, and like this crackdown on social caste movement in Japan during the Tokugawa period, which would have been kind of the most evident in this 50 years after the Tokugawa order was established, because by like 100 years in, most people who were dealing with this kind of social stagnation would have been born into it and grown up with it. But he was still living in a time when people were transitioning into it from a period when there was the possibility for kind of social class movement, and that was not the case largely in the Tokugawa shogunate period. Like social caste, it was essentially social castes, not classes. I mean, the sheer stagnation and restriction of kind of class movement was probably more akin to like Hindu caste system than a European class system. Because even like in the case of merchants especially, even if they amassed great amounts of money, they were still regarded as the lowest social class and looked down upon. Right? So it was really bad.
Yeah. So if you remember last time, Shosetsu gender bent, homunculus.
Yes.
and one of the masters in Samurai Remnant. Since then, we've had Shosetsu in the Samurai Remnant event, and they are official, or she is now officially a servant. You want to take a crack at the class?
Is that a trick question?
Should it be?
Saber.
All right. Oh, find out if you're right. Caster.
That was a trick question. That was very much a trick question.
So this is the original Samurai Remnant
Yeah.
design here.
Oh, I like that. Oh. Yeah, I think 3 is my favorite. Like, I really like that third Ascension art.
It's a really good art.
Yeah. I can try to click out of it. All right.
So Yui Shosetsu, this version.
I can move this stuff
Oh,
real
thanks.
quick. Let me get my textbooks under it, too.
So what I'm actually, before I get into anything, this is going to include spoilers for the Fate Samurai Remnant collab event.
Of course it will.
Because I actually had to look up translations of the event itself and read the thing myself in order to get prepped for this.
Otherwise, we would have just had to wait, and it would have gotten added to updates or
And
something
even then,
like
it would
that.
have still been really hard because it's so recent.
Yeah.
But this Yui Shosetsu is specifically from the final ending of Samurai Remnant, where Iori kind of goes evil. So that ending that caused me to say, and I quote, "I wasn't ready for sad Yui Shosetsu." I'm glad I did that particular version now, and I wasn't ready for that because Yui was also not ready for sad Yui Shosetsu.
Aw. What does that mean?
So she was summoned as a caster servant by a currently unknown servant that goes by the name The Count. When this was done, she was trapped in a singularity and forced to fight a seemingly endless waxing moon ritual alongside her rider class servant, still Raikō from Samurai Remnant, against an endless supply of servants.
Okay.
She would have her memory altered into thinking she was still a master, and she was just mentally forced to always see fate command spells on her hand. And she had her mind wiped of the betrayal of Rider from in-game. What she does still carry, though, is that pain of Iori failing to be the man she thought he was, and the eternal longing for her wish for a peaceful world. She would occasionally lose and die, only to be resurrected and her corpse piled into the waxing moon, her death being the true thing fueling it. As it turns out, it wasn't even a Holy Grail warrior, and her dead bodies were simply the building blocks to make an artificial fantasy tree, which are kind of the thing that hold down the Lost Belts.
Okay.
So her little singularity ended up becoming a Lost Belt where her soul is at the center of it, creating and powering her own personal hell. She is, of course, rescued, but that's a story for another time. We can confirm now that while she was a homunculus, she did have a human mother, making her in some ways a half homunculus, not unlike Ilia.
Fun. I can see her abilities here.
Yeah, I don't think we have the relationships in there quite yet.
Nope. We have nothing on relationships.
They're in video form, but you'd have to sit through every single one of her lines, and that would be...
Yeah, we'll get back to it eventually. Maybe do it during updates or something once it's translated and added.
Shosetsu primarily relies on her magic abilities, using them to augment her swordplay. That kind of goes into the homunculus thing being extremely magically potent. It could also be a play on the fact that as a samurai, she kind of grew up less in the warrior samurai period and more in the academic samurai period too.
Well, starting to be.
Yeah.
Because that transition doesn't really root itself in until probably 50 to 100 years into the Tokugawa period, which would have been contemporary to her being already grown up, or him being already grown up, or around his death and later. Like, the transition was happening, but it takes longer than like a kind of like a single like 30-40 year period to make that sort of thing happen. So,
but one thing she's noted as being extremely gifted in here is battlefield tactics.
of course.
So yeah.
So artificial life, that's the homunculus stuff. Homunculus. Tactics of the selfless liberator. Okay, magecraft elements. I see 2 noble phantasms. The first is selfless liberator Atama Paratyaga.
Yep, so this is Yui's very spirit. While she's around and seeking her goal, her allies just become stronger.
And the other one is Pankopadana Kanda Duka.
So, as it turns out, Mori Suikoden, who was the one that created her, was kind of insane. He built into Yui a secret plan that would go unused during her life, but would become the building blocks of the false law spell she was creating. Every year, she's supposed to be able to replicate herself. She can do this over and over again, meaning she's meant to live eternally and slowly replace humanity.
Oh.
It can only be done when she connects to a ley line, so it would go pretty much unused during her life. But as a servant, when connected to a major magical source, she cannot control it at all.
Lovely. Fun.
So being a new servant, we have to go with the tires version, so you can skip around.
Pretty homunculus things. Puppets. I don't know, whatever you want to call them.
I think they're just dolls.
Yeah, that's what they look like. That's why I said puppets. Interesting. Just read a strategy book on the battlefield.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, wouldn't you just pull out a strategy book? Okay, in this situation, Sun Tzu says
I need to do this thing.
So, we have another page open. We don't have to review the history because we did go over this one a little bit more. But we're going to be going over a new version of Gozen, or the Ushi-oni.
Ushi-oni, yep. We talked about this.
So this was the curveball for me. More so, Yui Shosetsu was a huge curveball, by the way.
Yeah.
Like this, coming up, the new form of the Gozen.
Yeah.
Even bigger curveball. Like, I was originally anticipating, I've already gone over the lore of this servant. I'll just have to show a new noble phantasm. No.
Curveball in the way... Remember how when I started talking about this, at first I went on about the wrong connection? And then I was like, okay, but this is the actual connection. Did fate pivot to that original thing?
No.
Damn.
No. Just completely different class and very different things going on.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah, we have a new version of Gozen when you want to open that up.
Oh, Avenger.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Form 2 is definitely my favorite.
That is my favorite, too.
Yeah, that looks really cool. Yeah. Especially with the 3 Magatama there. Although, that's pretty epic. You know? Big mech thing.
So, when not appearing under or bound under rules of a Holy Grail War, Gozen can be summoned as an Avenger-class servant instead of as a rider. She would, in Yui's Hellscape, be summoned to enact the Count's plan as sort of his person on the inside. Here she would trick Yui once again by pretending to be her rider self, only really breaking facade when confronted with the wild card of Chaldea and the sudden reappearance of Iori, Saber, and Chiemon. She continues to string Yui along and has plots to incorporate the others into her hellscape as components surrounded by death itself. In her final ascension there, the weird-looking one with the mechanical arms, that's supposed to be her form closest to the Ox Demon. Almost fully removed from the identity of Minamoto no Raikō.
Okay.
In this form, she has ditched the Genji arm, or she has ditched the Genji armor she wore as a rider, and instead takes on. I'm pretty sure it's implied to be the same sort of stuff, like Genji tools that made the. You remember the giant bear?
Yeah.
And the mechanical arms.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have relationships here for first and second ascension, and then third ascension. So for the first and second, Shosetsu, may you never lose your righteousness. There is no need for you to be so frightened of me. I will always be your ally, Shosetsu. That is me as an adult. I see. So that's how it works. I have known about it from the records, but I see. So I really did go mad. That's about Minamoto no Raikō. Sakata Kintoki, Kaidomaro. No, I can't. This heart won't do. If I gain this heart, I'll no longer be myself. Frightening, how fearsome. What's with that surprised look on your face? Did you say you were Shuten-dōji? What? My likes? What are you talking about? Oni and the likes, this place is quite infested with them. Whoops. I am aware, my master. I won't kill them. I won't kill them yet, alright? The divine child of Ibuki. I can't deal with her. Okay. So this is for the Artorias. That personage must have walked a path fraught with difficulties. All children servants. A child. Hey, don't let children near me. Master, my master, that girl with the shield, I think her name was Mash. That's right, it was Mash. I would very much like to get closer to her. All right. Damn you, Miyamoto Iori, and damn you, Yamato Takeru. Not once, but twice. The third time we clash, I swear I will be the one to emerge victorious. Okay, and then third ascension. Shosetsu. Nay, I shall not meet her in this form. I must not. Miyamoto Iori, Yamato Takeru, having come this far, this might already be our fate. Miyamoto Musashi, she was here. Nay, she isn't. She wasn't? That version of me is here as well. Minamoto no Raikō. I see. So that's how you laugh. Ah, Kintoki. Caldea's poison to me. It pollutes even my solitary soul. Make sure you don't let Kintoki meet me in my alternate ascension too often. I'm sure it would break him. The divine child of Ibaraki-dōji. To think even your hollowed self would be here. Oni, huh? Those pupils. So there was also a way like that to become mixed. You, what's your name? I see. So you're Ibaraki. Mash Dono, how are you doing?
So this is the form where she probably embraces herself most in her proclaimed status as the child of Indra. Mm-hmm. She still uses her sword and shoulder guard sometimes, but is much less outwardly normal using them, instead relying a lot more on her Oni abilities and generally a more brutal fighting style. In her final ascensions, besides her Oni abilities, she also opts to cease using period-appropriate weaponry altogether, opting to use what I assume was the Genji technology from the Ares wreck that would later become the Golden Large Bear.
Okay. So the trade-off for us having relationships is significantly less on abilities in this case. But I could see the Avenger abilities, Divine Manifestation, Lone Warrior, Dojigiri Yasutsuna, which was the sword used by Raikō and Ushi-Gozen, Mana Burst, Demonic Oni God, that will make sense. And then we've got two Noble Phantasms, Ox King Reversal, Frenzied Tempest, and Ox King Reversal, Wicked Treachery.
Yes, so Wicked Treachery is the same as... So I think these are actually might be carried over from Rider as well, but I don't think we ever had it listed in Rider. Wicked Treachery is the name of Ushi-Gozen's massive ox mount from Samurai Remnant.
Yes.
It's a little different here, allowed to take on more power in her Avenger class, incorporating herself directly, but it's otherwise the same NP. And then Frenzied Tempest is an attack. It's the one I briefly showed you in Samurai Remnant where it stomps on the ground. It's notable that at its max power, it's strong enough to destroy a city.
Okay. All right. Let's see. There's those monkeys.
Yes.
Aww. Cute little monkeys. Why is she hurting the monkeys? Oh no.
I actually don't know in this context.
Yeah, because you haven't gotten to play this yet, have you?
No, I did. I played it. I
In
played it
Japanese,
and read the story.
Right? Or is it in English?
I found a fan translation for English, and I read the story in English.
Okay.
Probably the only time I'm ever going to do that.
Why?
It
may not be. You just won't be necessary.
I just prefer to wait for the official translation when it comes out, as opposed to reading everything I've missed.
Yeah, well, too bad this happened after we'd already filmed.
Yeah. That, and I kind of did want to read it since it's it was being a capstone to Samurai Remnant.
Okay, so we have two different NPs, at least. Oh. Oh yeah, that's... I'm getting flashbacks to the Battle of Pelennor Fields in the ice planet of Hoth. You know that reference.
Yep.
Both of those references. I just want to see if there's anything specifically different.
It might be
it's-
largely the same, just she doesn't have to
Okay.
transform.
Yeah, she doesn't have to transform. I think that's the biggest difference.
I can also say if they have unique voice lines, but we can't really translate those. So,
Yeah. That's fine.
so yeah, those were our new servants, and those are what were giving me a headache.
Alright, so we waited on doing this shit until we had everything done. So we have a lot of card arts to go through, and also other things. Look at his baseball.
I love the golden.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
No.
I do not like it. I am not a fan. Yeah, the golden huge bear.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright. Well, let's pop down here. Okay, so we do have some extra stuff. Yeah. Drowning him in golden apples.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
sick.
Let's see, is that it? Yeah, that's it for the extra art. Alright, craft essences. So many. So
Great
many.
thing is, though, anything that has Raikō in it, we only have to do once.
That is true. Alright, 4 beasts in the moonlight. I remember. We saw this before when we did Vladdy.
Yep, now we're just missing the last one.
Yeah. But there's no names, so. In the name of the moon, we're going to punish these villains. Damn, we're golden. 4 shadows lightened by the full moon. This pack of 4 wolves wanders from town to town, punishing villains in the name of the moon goddess. A fantastic tale of swordsmanship and heart-pumping action is about to begin. That aside, the bear is useless. There are 4 servants in here.
Oh.
I did almost forget that Orion was
Hi,
there.
Orion.
Golden carp figure. And once again, Orion.
Look, they're the dude bros of Chaldea.
That's fair. The painting of a carp leaping high as the sky together with Sakata Kintoki. Since ancient times, it is said that carps will transform into dragons when they climb up swift currents. When drowned together with Sakata Kintoki, the personification of physical health, the painting is then said to be able to bring forth success, luck, and good health. But the bear has nothing to do with it. Golden glass. And some whiskey. What? What's the story with these sunglasses? No big story here. These are just ordinary sunglasses. But from all the sunglasses I've seen, these gotta be the most golden sunglasses. I mean, it's also got UV protection. To be honest, it's easier to go full spark on the enemies with these. Or else it's a bit too bright, you know? I say, having just changed out the lights in my office for something with the full concentrated power of the sun beaming down on us, and Knick Knack made the mistake of looking up into them earlier.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to find... Oh, he's right there.
I see him.
Yeah, he's right there. Okay, good. I'm not even gonna bother reading it. We've seen that like 7 times.
Same with this one.
Okay. I found him.
Where is he?
Up on the roof,
Nice.
lying on his back.
Golden.
Yeah, golden. Alright. Golden gold set. Oh, Jesus, look at that. Chibi version. Skahak is on this one. Oh, and there's like different servants on each of the little candies. I love that.
Let me see if that's someone specific's Valentine's real quickly. It might be his. I think it is his.
Oh, because look down there. Isn't that, one of the twins?
I don't think so. I think that might be Brunhilde.
Oh, that's it. That's what I meant. It's Brunhilde. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Kintoki's. We're good.
Yeah. A mountain of snacks purchased from a mom-and-pop store and a few capsule toys, and a blindingly shiny gold necklace. All his favorite things are packed into one, a golden special gold set. Okay.
Golden.
Yeah. Heroic spirit formal dress. I don't hate it.
Look at that muscle.
It's so veiny. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Alright, barbecue buddies. I don't know,
the
either
other
of
two
those
guys.
people, so I'm gonna skip that. Because, you know.
Go right ahead. We'll be back.
Yep. Finally, at Mount Oe. I know him.
And Tsuna.
Yep.
That's a good.
I like
trio.
this one. This one's good. They put... Oh, Jesus. Hold on. They put their swords down. The bloody battle ended without the need to take a single head. The morning sunlight seems to sting against their fresh wounds. Even if this pain lingers till the ends of time, they will have to endure it. That's the way of life for the men who choose to live in a world full of Oni. This is a future that could have been. Among the daily battles between Oni and warriors, if there was even a single miracle where these two fought side by side, they may have spent a morning like this. But in proper human history, the Oni of Mount Oe were wiped out. Under the protection of the divine wine, Shuten-dōji, the giant Oni's armor made of dragon bones and sacrificial blood pitted itself against the three weapons powerful enough to pierce the heavens, and ultimately cracked, then shattered. Minamoto no Raikō and her 4 heavenly kings severed the heads of each and every one of the sleeping Oni, putting an end to their evil. The sun rises, a new day is about to begin. It may be the dawn of peace for the Heian city, signaling its freedom from the frenzied bloodshed that once drenched its streets. And yet to the men, it was just the beginning of an eternal battle as they were made to live with the scars etched deep upon their bodies. Impressive. Stitching for your beloved one. Is she making a doll of him?
Yes.
She's got issues. With each stitch, I wish for your health. With each stitch, I wish for your fortune. With care and with sincerity, under the warm sun, I pray for my child's peace. Sometimes just thinking about that makes me happy.
Remember, the crazy ox monster version of her called her berserker self crazy.
Yeah, that was surprisingly sweet. Golden Path. Once again, our 2 boys. Just look at this bright summer day. Even Brother Tsuna's here, dressed in his golden best. Don't you think we ought to take a moment to enjoy this world we worked so hard to protect, Master? Out under this radiant summer sky, we're here, we're alive, and we got joy out the wazoo. Ain't that right, boss?
By the way, he does call the master boss. It's
I love
glorious.
that. All the way, bang. Well...
You know a couple people here.
I know Fergus.
You know Fergus and you know Kintoki.
Yep.
You don't know the last guy there.
Nope. This is voiced.
Yeah.
勝利の旗は
My soul.
Are you
俺
awake?
の手の内にこそふさわしい。そうだろうおうららおうさゴールデン引けねえ戦いってんなら源氏のお箱だぜ真の男たちが相争うバカならば戦士としてはたぎらざるを得んな
Well, I could say no names were explicitly said in there.
That's also what I was listening for. Because if there were names, I would know not to translate it. All right. The men move passionately and fiery, to prove that I am the best man. The flag of victory deserves to be in my hands. Isn't that right? Ooh la la, Osa, Golden. If it's a battle you can't back down from, then it's Genji's 18th. A place where true men fight each other. If that's the case, as a warrior, I can't help but be disappointed. The outcome of victory and defeat is filled with even more enthusiasm. It is a bowling alley. They are bowling.
Golden.
Okay. Kintoki Rider. Alright, gallery. The spiked mitt is hilarious. And even besides that, he kind of looks more like a race car pit crew. I'm gonna be real. But, you know, I mean, you know, motorcycle race car pit crew. It makes sense. There's one extra art. Homie.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah, that's Ushi.
Yeah. He's got the...
Because Ushi would be the descendant of Raikō.
I know, but he's got the pompadour. Alright. Got a couple craft essences. Are you logging into FGO Japan?
No. I logged in this morning.
Oh, good lord.
Lara, you're gonna... Sekhie, you're gonna hate me.
What?
Hang on, I need to pull a couple things up.
Is there something else new?
No, it's nothing fate related, actually. It's something else you know and you like.
I'm waiting.
Sorry, I'm still pulling it up.
Because then you get to look at this glorious art that I remember from when we did Benkei. And now have a outlet for.
I need to find the right photo here. Close enough. Not that one. There we go. Okay, so hear me out here.
Yeah.
Mix them together. You get that design.
From Benkei, I remember this.
Yes.
Yeah. Even if there is no referee when two mighty fighters face off, it's a grand match with pride on the line. When the signs are right, they clap their hands and two mighty sumo wrestlers charge fast as lightning. Truly, that is a bout between two peerless men, two guardian gods. I remember that. Golden Sumo Wrestling, Rocky Arena. Unit Golden Bear.
Hell yeah.
Every man has always wanted to ride a huge motorcycle, and now it's here, reborn, in the name of Golden, a steel steed that holds the power of a thunder god. According to Kintoki, this monster machine has 2 million horsepower. According to Kintoki, its maximum speed is 2,500 kilometers per hour, which is about Mach 2. Kintoki has named it the Golden Bear. Anything Sakata Kintoki decides is his ride, be it a motorcycle, an 18-wheeler, or a low-riding sports car, gains transforming capabilities. This bear can transform into ultra-accelerating assault model. I would love to see him in an 18-wheeler.
Just like lightning flying everywhere as he's driving an 18-wheeler
Yes.
down the highway.
Yes. Alright, Rider Belt Replica. Valentine's return gift from Sakata Kintoki Rider, a well-made alloy replica of the Rider belt that Sakata Kintoki wears. It is absolutely not a toy suitable for children. It is made to look completely real, and adults can totally wear it. The maker is unknown. That's definitely made for children. Team Phoenix. Who's that fat dude with the mustache?
That's Gordolf.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't remember his name. The wonderful recipes from the cafeteria in my beloved New Chaldea were stolen, and we observed that a certain diner has been brazenly serving those very dishes. Since we had time on our hands, we declared this incident a micro-singularity, and a new ray shift technique, fittingly appropriate for my New Chaldea, has been bodily executed. Excerpt from Chapter 13 of the Music Accounts, or the Phoenix Flaps 13 times. Riding a two-wheeler isn't so bad sometimes, though I prefer racing machines. By the way, where's this diner you speak of, Mr. Picata? Foo... It's supposed to be apparently faux? Somebody in the comments said it was faux, like faux fur. But, like, to me that looks like foo, so I don't know. To be honest, when I think of foo, I usually just call him Cath Plug anyways. So, foo is starting to get a bit ornery here. I keep telling you, my name is Muenieri? But that's strange. We've been riding for 2 days straight, and the diner we're looking for is called Restaurant to Another World, Chief Red! I've watched Restaurant to Another World. Sir, would you believe it if I told you we're not on Earth? Such nonsense. But now you mention it, our communication issue still hasn't been resolved. I think I saw something that looked like a Tyrannosaurus, and I can only assume this place has 2 suns. Must be my imagination, don't you agree, Mr. Fish and Chips?
Can you scroll up real quickly? I didn't see a character that was mentioned.
Foo.
They mentioned Munir, but that's definitely Gordolf, and that's it's Kintoki. Munir is another Chaldea-like character.
Oh, there's something on the back here, but I don't know what it is.
I don't know where Munir comes in.
So Fu is talking to Mr. Picata, but Mr. Picata is saying that his name is Muenieri. Or the person who Fu is calling Mr. Picati.
Yeah, then where's Mr. Picati?
Not there. That's the point. Fu is calling him Mr. Picati, and he's correcting Fu because Fu is wrong.
Oh.
Okay. Ashigata Brothers. I'm loving those LGBTQ lights. I'm sorry. I love that joke. There was for those of you who are not on TikTok, there was a joke a while back. I don't know if it was off TikTok, but it was definitely on TikTok where, like, this dude had those RGB lights at the bottom of his car, and he was like, damn, bro, you got those LGBTQ lights. Spin it all you like, fill it with pumpkins, call it a festival. It's all still the work of an Oni. Who knows what kind of trouble this could stir up. So then I'll hoist my always reliable partner on the back of my golden chopper and we'll come zooming in at full speed anytime. 'Cause who are we? We're the Ashigata brothers. Alright, Ibaraki-dōji. You wanna close my door?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh my goodness, I love her so much. And with everything in my soul. I love her. Perfection. She's so cute. I love her so much. Those are just the stages. There's nothing. I love her so much. Look at her. She's adorable. All right. Okay. Hot springs of the moon. Look at her in the back there. She's looking all upset. That's adorable. Alright. Though they normally may be enemies who cannot allow the other to live, it is poor manners to bring troubles with one into the bath, so here they are merely 3 people enjoying the hot springs. They are like heavenly maidens of the celestial realm, but should any insolent scoundrels show themselves, they will transform into the demons of hell in an instant. Take heed, and do not give in to temptation. I assume to peek over the fence in the hot springs. Do not do that. Don't be that person. Oh. Bone sword, nameless. You've never seen something like this before? Huh, of course not. There's no way it... What?
So, the first thought I had hearing Bone Sword was, I am the bone of my sword.
Yes.
And then I remembered Emiya's other name in the extra series is Nameless.
Okay.
I don't know if that was intentional, but that was... It caught me off guard.
You've never seen something like this before? Ha, of course not. There's no way a child of man could tell what meaning and value my blade has. Behold, this is the great bone blade that only an Oni can possess. It is made from hatred and curses, and is far more powerful than a blade of iron. Forged in flames as hot as the fires of hell that no steel could withstand, my Oni bone is the hardest substance on earth. It took hundreds of days to forge, and shakes the moonlit night with its great and strange power. Go ahead, I shall allow it. Tremble in terror as much as you like. I think this might just be an unfortunate coincidence.
I assumed it was.
And you're just too obsessed with Emiya. Alright. There. Up above Kintoki. On the roof, peeking over. I literally only opened this to find where she was. Alright. Sweet things. A gift from Ibaraki-dōji. A veritable mountain of macaroons. Although there are a few chocolate bars peeking through, a child's dream. A few of the macarons and chocolate have bite marks. Perhaps she couldn't help herself. I mean, I get it. That looks delicious. Food Coliseum! I now know these two.
Yep.
Even though I wish I didn't know that one. Although that mountain of fried rice looks real good right now. An eating competition is also a necessity for a good festival. Rome's food is unequaled in both quality and quantity. This battle is sure to satisfy both competitors and audiences. But would anyone really want the title Chaldea's Biggest Glutton? Apparently the 3 of them. Although its scent still lingers on. She might be in one of the cards is what I'm thinking. Oh, yep. So there's a card right down here in the bottom middle that I think has her on it. Yeah. Because that's how we found other servants in this art, because we've seen it before. Alright. Dress for demons. When the seasons change, the Oni come out. The left hand holding a masu wooden box for alcohol. The right hand holds beans. Throw the beans and chant, Oni wa soto, fuku wa uchi. Out with the Oni, in with good fortune. This event has been practiced yearly since ancient times to ward off demons. Now then, who will be the one to fall in ruin? What?
I was looking for something safe to throw at you while screaming Oni wa soto, fuki wa uchi.
That makes such a satisfying shing whenever I pull it out. Alright, sign of smiling face. Oh, she's in the background of that art. I didn't even realize. Interesting. The feathered shuttlecock flies and makes a soft tapping noise as it is struck. The more synchronized the volley, the longer the sound continues. And even if you miss, don't worry. The more markings on your face, the more smiles all around. Heroic Spirit Festive Wear, Ibaraki-dōji. It's Halloween! And she's pumpkin themed. She kind of looks a little bit like Abby, which is super cute. Like first art Abby, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Clear Beginnings. I just want to find her if I can. Oh, found her. Right there. With, I think, Kintoki right next to her.
Probably.
Yeah. I think we might have failed to find another servant in there, though. Recent. Ooh. Look at the Oni chocolates!
We might want to check to see whose CE this is. This is Tsuna's. We'll come back to this one a little bit.
Oh, okay. Alright. Jiangxi Attack. They're dressed like Jiangxis. Probably due to the influence of their senpais, the Oni and the Snake have started their Jiangxi apprenticeship. They really tried to scare us by various means. However, it seems they still have a long way until they can debut in a haunted house. Alright, Ibaraki-dōji Lancer. Baseball!
She looks so happy.
She does! I'm glad she's happy. Getting to fight. Go kick their asses. Cotton candy. Hot dog. Caramel apple?
I can't tell.
Oh, actually, that might be dango. I think it's dango. Alright. Oh, she's got black and white screen. Cute. Alright.
Aww.
God, I wish. Look at that crab feed. Anytime, any day. Hell yeah. Yep. Okay. Alright. Great fireworks of Mount Oe. Tamaya. Kaguya. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Whenever you see those brilliantly colorful fireworks light up the sky, this is what you should shout. Heyo, Oe's One fireworks. The summer Oni's fireworks bloom like a fiery flower in Mount Oe's night sky. One need not even listen carefully to hear an Oni cackling. A single Oni shouting, who's enjoying the festivities. Welcome to Oniland! I love this little pumpkin dude. All of the little pumpkin dudes. I love them.
A little doll shooting.
Yeah. Heart and peace, ogre and peace. Since you're here, you might as well. Let's all have fun together. A fun place, a happy place, an unending eternal paradise, Oniland. This is the paradise of amusement that has come to this world. Nice. Right, cotton candy! Gift from Ibaraki-dōji. It's the same cotton candy she's always munching on. Apparently, Emiya made it for her. It is sweet and fluffy.
Bone sword.
Oh my goodness. That's so cute. Goho Shoujo chocolate.
Looks like it's Shuten-dōji casters
It is.
nowadays.
Yeah. You want me to wait?
Yeah, we can wait.
Okay. Chaldea Gaming Binge. Ooh, so many characters.
We know a good amount of them here, though.
Yeah, we know a couple
I
of
think
them.
you know all but one of them.
This one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
As you have Ushi and Taira at the top next
Yeah.
to Ibaraki, and then you have one of the Valkyries down below, I believe.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's see. Give it a try. Yeah, we're good. The second issue of the Dojinshi published by Chaldea Game Club. It can be said to be a joint magazine for all kinds of games with power supply. This time's contents are Top Blood Love Games, VR Chanbara Introductory Column, Continued Altria Craft Picture Diary, Battle Maiden Illustration Column Altria Craft, hand-edited novel idol Genpei Den Determination and Uprising, and hand-edited novel Nobleman's Melancholy, and many other things. It's a lively book that rivals the first issue. Speaking of gaming, I have officially crossed into triple digits on hours dedicated to Baldur's Gate. As of the recording of this video, let alone when it comes out. Okay, Shuten-dōji. Oh, there's a Oh, the Chinese one's more covered up. I can literally just tell already.
Am I gonna have a story when we get to Shuten-dōji caster? Actually, no. It might be regular Shuten-dōji.
Yeah, I can see they've added a.
Did they include the edit to her idol outfit here?
I don't see her idol outfit, unless it's this one.
No, it's the up there. Do you see the one in the middle?
This
left?
one?
Yeah, it's her idol outfit.
There's just the one version.
Maybe it's in her card
Also,
art.
adorable. Look at this shit. She's serving beer. I will absolutely take one.
So there was some official art of the Shuten-dōji idol outfit that came out
Okay.
that they had to change because when it first came out, it looked like she was pregnant.
Okay.
It was just the shade, how the shading was done and drawn.
Okay.
There's a lot of extra art.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. All right. Just flip through them. Aww. Oh, so this is the full version that we'll see later. Oh, that's cute. Oni punk. It's a vibe. Sake on the jacket. That's adorable. Look at how cute she is. I love her with everything in my soul. Okay, I think with that... Oh, we still got this. It's just a more elaborate version. Okay. Alright, I'm not seeing it. Some of these, if we've already seen them, I'm just pulling them up to see where she is in them if I didn't notice her already.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hot Spring of the Moon. We already read this one out.
Yep.
And I know where she is. Alright, Shinpen Kiroku Sake. Oh, you're curious. About my noble phantasm. About my wine. Nope, stop staring at it like you want it. This is mine and mine alone. At first it wasn't mine, it belonged to Raikō, but now it's all mine. Still, you know, I never thought I'd be willing to die for it. Not for blood, the moon, or silver, but wine. I love this wine. It's sweet, so sweet. It tastes so warm, like you're going to die, like you're going to rot, like you're going to melt away into nothing. If only there were some blue eyes shining in the moonlight that I could snack on, I wouldn't ask for anything else. Alright. Oh, right there. Drinking.
As always.
Yep. Nectar Bonbon. Valentine's chocolates from Shuten-dōji. I forgot to mention, they're filled with really strong liquor. Be careful, okay? If all you do is pass out, you got off easy. You might get drunk mad and go crazy, but forgive me for that. I have tried liquor-filled chocolates. I'm not a huge fan, and I think that's maybe just because I have some pretty strong opinions on what I think chocolate tastes good with, and I'm pretty picky about what I like to combine chocolate with. And so I feel like just most alcohol in general, I just wouldn't want to combine chocolate with them. I feel like fruit's a better option when combining with alcohol, so that's just my opinion. Alright.
Probably the cards.
Yeah, I just thought I'd see if I could see her, maybe. In one of them. I can see Nitocris, though. And Arjuna and Karna. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find her. But I would assume she's on one of the cards.
Yeah.
She's probably on the same one as...
Ibaraki.
Yeah, which is down there in the middle. I just can't see it very clearly. Alright. Okay, we saw this one. We read this one. I just wanted to... Oh, up top.
Still missing a couple.
I mean, technically, and then this one.
Yeah.
So just two. Alright. Already saw this one. Okay, I want to know where this is. Yasaka Trail, Kyoto. Alright, I haven't drunk my fill.
飲みたりひんな
Awesome. Alright, Oni chocolate. But, oh, this is Watanabe no Tsuna. But, I mean...
There she is.
Yup. So cute. Alright, flowing pool of wine. Oh. With laughter as the side dish, admire the tears. Wash away the dangers and be filled with great joy. The thirst for the wine glass is the thirst of the heart. As the glass is moistened, the heart is also fulfilled. That is the banquet. That is what the banquet is all about. Now then, come on, drink today, tomorrow, the day after, and forevermore. Alright, Shuten-dōji caster. Adorable! She's pitching her little. Love this. I love it. So cute. That is adorable with the two of them there. Alright. A couple extra arts. I'm wondering if maybe that's the one? But no, it doesn't have any.
No.
Okay,
No.
it's just not here then.
Yeah.
Alright. The Fate of the Magifender. Magifender of Oni. Oh, that's right. That's what we went with. Now that Ibaraki's satisfied, though, maybe we ought to put an end to this. That's right. It was all talk. There's no such thing as a Magifender Oni. There's no world or law for Oni. If such a thing existed, it wouldn't be an Oni. If it's crazy, it's an Oni. If it rips things apart, it's an Oni. If it devours people, it's an Oni. If it ignores the rules, it's an Oni. So what about an Oni who loses itself, you ask? Well, you know, they probably writhe and wail, and they ultimately die, I think. Alright. Goho Shoujo chocolate. A box containing chocolate that looks like merchandise from a Saturday morning anime intended for little girls. The character on the box is none other than Magifender Girl herself. It was in fact Shuten-dōji who proposed the idea for this product, but it seems like the Queen of Sheba and Caesar were involved in the design, development, and distribution. And Heroic Spirit Festival wear, Shuten-dōji. 4th anniversary. Dressed up like a Jiangxi. Alright. Minamoto no Raikō. I kind of love it. It looks good. Alright. Oh. The back view.
You don't always get to see the servant packs.
No, you don't. It's kind of nice. Alright. There's not too much extra. And what there is certainly a series of choices. Every day we get further and further away from the light of God. Alright, I am outright skipping a few of these because we've already seen them 2 or 3 times and we identified our characters. So we're going to start with Dojigiri Yasutsuna. To execute the punishment of heaven, this weapon was made for that purpose. It needs no history nor anything else. Yes, that's right. Yes, I'm impressed you could tell. As the leader of the Genji family, this was my peerless companion, but as a mother, I do not need it. Why don't you talk to your mother some more instead of worrying about this? Oh, but first, it's gotten late, so I need to get some snacks ready, don't I? I know. Why don't we have Kintoki join us? I'm sure he'd love it. Don't you think? Yes, I'm sure. Dojigiri Yasutsuna, a longsword known as one of the 5 great swords of Japan. It's also said to be the blade which slew Shuten-dōji, but if nothing else, the Minamoto no Raikō that was summoned to Chaldea doesn't talk about what happened on Mount Oe. It's possible that one of the other 4 heavenly kings defeated Dōji instead. Alright. Finest Genji Kashiwa Mochi. Valentine's chocolate, please eat it at your earliest convenience. Make sure not to let it spoil. Love, Mother. Absolutely not. I mean, once again, I figure it's on a card, and I just can't. I just can't see which card it is. Yeah.
This angle, I ain't gonna be any help.
I'm barely... Okay, Heroic Spirit travel outfit. What's a choice? I like it. Oh!
What even is she?
Somebody's reading Dojinshi.
It's freaking Lancelot.
Lancelot's reading...
Oh my god, and there's a tiny mash looking at it.
Lancelot has mommy... Look how mad Kath Palug is. Kath Palug knows what he's reading and what little mash is seeing.
I mean, you know all the people here.
I do. I know all the people there. That is glorious. I'm not going to read it, though, because we did it in the roundtable video. Okay, We Can't Summon. A cool, hip, romantic comedy of school life. It is a story of an ordinary main character who deepens his bonds with various heroines. The first heroine is able to communicate with spirits and knew the main character long before the main character knew her. When they are reunited a few years later, it appears he forgot the important promise he made with the heroine. It feels like I'd be a loser if I reminded him of my promise, so I'll make the spirits jog his memory. Oh, also, within just 2 days of their reunion, there was a whole scare about the main character having to suddenly move away. The second heroine is a senpai next door sort of heroine, who had always taken good care of the main character. She could be both stern and sweet. The way she embraces the main character is more akin to how a big sister or mother might do so, but be warned that she can be more frightening than an oni when angered. Oh my, look how dirty you are. Would you like me to give you a bath while I rub you all clean like we did back in the day? I did not like reading that out loud. Yeah. Okay. The third heroine is, well, she's a stalker who fell in love with the main character at first sight after he came into her home to shelter from the rain. Their first words were exchanged when the main character peeked under his bed in the middle of the night, sensing something strange. I love you. Yeah, I said it. When should we sign our marriage certificate? At their school, there's an urban legend that says that anyone who summons the goddess of love under the legendary tree will find the love they desire. But obviously, the heroines vying for the affection of the main character surely will not let their rivals get ahead, and so, the goddess who flirts with the bear remains up in the heavens while the great war for love rages down on the surface.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. I didn't like that. There she is.
Hey, look, it's Bone Sword.
Yep. Fucking goodbye. All right, Great Mother. So Tamamo no Mai, and
Yeah, you don't know the middle person yet.
okay.
It's in Japanese anyways. That middle person will come back, so.
There's no names. Mother.
Okay.
That's a big thing. Those who have great love and give gentle, sometimes strict, and warmly enveloping. There's nothing I can do but praise it. Love. Great mother's love. A love that is even more expansive than the ocean. Dream, dream, and don't drown. Okay. Alright. Minamoto no Raikō. Take 2. Adorable. Put some clothes on if you're playing sports.
She's wearing clothes in that one.
She is in short shorts.
That's just a sports thing.
What if she has to slide into base? You do not wear short shorts in baseball.
Yeah, baseball. Okay, you're right on baseball.
Yeah, you can't be like, it's just a sports thing. Yeah, sure, for certain sports, not
yeah, not
that
for baseball.
one. Jesus. Okay. So we do have some stuff. All right. So there's her chariot. Oh, she's got a figure. Okay. Oh, yeah. Remember that. Okay. That actually looked pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, when it hits those, I know I'm at the end. All right. I'm not rereading We Can't Summon again. Kyogoku. Minamoto no Raikō apparently gifted 30 horses to guests when the new Nijo Kogyoku was completed by Fujiwara no Kanie, Fujiwara no Michinaga's father. In doing so, Raikō managed to establish an intimate relationship with the clan of Fujiwara Sekan. Kyogoku, the black horse adorned with bullhorns, a riding horse created using Raikō's magical energy as its power source. Raikō likely chose his name in reference to those 30 horses. To protect Caldea's decency with his master, Kogyoku awaits her next order. Even if his master's experience was only possible by her changing her own spirit origin, and even if it may be an illusion that only lasts for a single summer. Alright, Best Student Choco Tart. Ooh. A handmade chocolate ganache tart. Its toppings are elegant, and it's even presented on a fancy plate. She bakes often. When her spirit origin is in its berserker state, she only makes Japanese sweets. The moment her spirit origin changed to Lancer, she became Caldea's prefect. She claimed she was compelled to make Western sweets. I've given my feelings as the shadow prefect form, just for you. I see. As a side note, since the chocolate tart is not heart-shaped, it apparently does not pose an issue from a public morals standpoint. Heart-shaped things are not allowed. They are forbidden. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Watanabe no Tsuna. Our boy. Oh. I'm gonna be entirely 100% real here. He looks so much like a K-pop star. Just had a hat plopped on his head and put up for baseball. It's adorable. But he just kind of does. Like, that is that is a very common K-pop hairstyle, and I can't not see it now. But I love it. You know I love him. I experienced how much I love. All right. And that once again. Oh, yeah, somewhere. There he is. He's right there. That is unmistakable. It's not that hard to figure it out.
You actually know a surprisingly few amount of people in here.
Yeah, I really do. It's okay. We'll eventually fill it out. Kind of like that other art that we're filling out bit by bit. Okay, we already read Finally at Mount Oi. And we read Golden Path, so I'll skip those two. Tale of the Beginning and the End. Ooh.
Oh.
And then it was all over. Horrid scratch marks, a house torn apart, and broken furniture, and a woman on the floor. There's no point asking whether she would survive. That was probably the wrong question to ask in the first place. I wasn't expecting to interact with her. I wasn't even about being able to look at her. The only thing that mattered was that she lived, if only she could have lived happily. That would have been enough, and yet take a look, this was reality. She's gone, it's your fault. She was killed, it's your fault. That Oni fled, you'll need to kill it. Don't avert your eyes, look away. Carve that golden hair into your memory. It's not over yet. Take that thing's head. You should kill yourself. Who can I blame? You mustn't blame anyone. And just like that, the man puts an end to his own delusions. Oni must be killed. It is that simple. No, you need to think. You need to keep thinking. Even if it killed you, even if you died, even if you rotted and sank into the earth. I recall that gaze that looked up at me. It was as delicate and fleeting as a soap bubble on the wind. It was quiet, devoid of any emotion. It was a girl who was looking up at me. There was guilt. Oni are sinful, humans are sinful. The girl was sinful, and I am also sinful. Not only do I carry sin, but I also carry duty. I grip the sword's hilt tightly. I have no intention of giving it up to anyone, let alone allowing it to be taken from me. Killing that thing is my job. Tsuna, Tsuna, Tsuna! The Oni's claws draw near. Something inside me stirs, filling my wavering heart. I turn my body, swing my sword. The battle and its truth, even its conclusion, will ultimately be lost to time. Nobody understands, and nobody will come to understand the reason she and I try to kill each other. Damn, Fate, why you gotta go that hard sometimes? Oni chocolate set. Oni chocolates made by Tsuna, who learned how to make them with the help from various servants. Besides being a return gift to Master, the chocolates are also intended as an apology to the Oni, as Tsuna nearly fought them to the death. It is a superb set of chocolates, both delicious and cute, but Ibaraki-dōji misinterpreted the item as a warning of Tsuna's intent to take our heads. Somehow, Tsuna didn't seem to mind. All he did in response was smile. After all, it was something of a miracle he'd been able to give her anything in the first place. The chocolate Master tasted was bitter, and yet sweet till the very end. That took such a turn! My eyes have teared up. Not today. Not today, Satan. Night Parade of 100 Demons. Nurakion no Mago.
You kind of know all three of them.
Is that Emiya?
Kind of.
Dressed as a Tengu?
Kind of.
Know the demon's ways to annihilate demons. I see. That's not a bad idea. I didn't expect an outfit like that to exist in this age. Brings back memories. Seriously? I'm in the Oni getup? A peculiar trio that was formed by the demand of a particular passionate group of people in Chaldea. As a side note, first unit captain bribed vice commander into participating with takuan pickles. I get it. Heroic Spirit Tour, Watanabe no Tsuna. Oh, yay. Oh, okay. So there were 3 servants at this same location.
Well, one's an Artoria, one's Scotty, and...
Yeah, Skahak, Scotty, Artoria Lancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Tsuna.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So it is... Nuuksio National Park, Espoo, Finland. Okay. Nice. Alright. Ibuki-dōji. Oh, look at her with the ball. They're so cute. She put little tennis balls on the ends of her hair dongles. I love it. I Yay. Okay. Oh, so cute. That's like how I hold up my cats. Just, I love it. It's so cute.
So if you go back a second, I'm actually surprised they included that here. This is actually interviews that they typically do with some of like the character designers. I don't know if you want to give it, you don't have to read them out loud, but if you want to give it a quick scan over, you're welcome to.
Yeah. Interesting.
They throw these out on Twitter, and they actually get released in America first before they get released in Japan.
Oh, fun.
Or in English first before Japan.
Oh. Yeah, that's cute. Interesting. I think everything else is, yeah, it's just, alright. So we've got 3. Technically that's the same one over, so we're not gonna open it. Sword of the Gods. There should be a few of them, you know? She smiled as she said that. What could she have possibly meant? It wasn't until later that she realized she was talking about her noble phantasm, the Sword of the Gods. Kusanagi no T.H.E, the great noble phantasm associated with her origin. The sword said to have come from the great dragon of calamity, Yamata no Orochi, mentioned in Japanese mythology. The sword actually has many names. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Ami no Murakuma no Tsurugi, Tsumugari no Tachi, and no shortage of others. Then it dawns on you. Could there be as many versions of this sword as there are names for it? It's still unclear to you what she meant, but perhaps there will come a day when you may finally understand her meaning. Devil's Food Cake. And look, the 3 Magatamas on the wine bottle label.
Looks good.
It does. Sweet, melt in your mouth, delicious chocolate cake. So sugary, delicious, heavy, so delightful. It's like temptation from the devil himself. Ibuki-dōji crafted this truly superb confection after she learned about the modern custom of Valentine's Day. It was surprisingly easy to make, was her claim. Make sure to eat lots and savor every bite, okay? It looks delicious. I will absolutely savor every bite. Mood. That is a whole beer keg. And she is just squirting. She got that cup over here. She is squirting that directly into her mouth. I feel that. I love it. Alright. Okay, we've got a few. Not that many. Just 1 or 2. Yeah. Alright. Summer Power Pom-Poms. You know those things I have in my cheerleader form, right? Those cute, fluffy thingies. Yeah, pom-poms. Those are Big Sis's favorites because, like, you know, it's not just dancing, right? Holding those pom-poms in both hands, yelling hooray, hooray. Well, I just feel so pumped. Not just pumped up, but I can feel my magical power surging. Oh, that look. You totally don't believe me. Seriously, come look. Hooray, hooray. M-A-S-T-E-R. Yeah! So, feeling pumped? Yeah, let's do it again. Just one more time.
Someone's drunk.
I did cheerleading for a summer. It was wholly unenjoyable. Jinmai Daiginjo Ibuki. A gift from Ibuki-dōji, a sweet-smelling sake poured into a sho and a glass. It is unmistakably the highest quality Junmai Daiginjo, and it is an original Junmai sake characterized by its rich sweetness. Enjoy with a bite-sized piece of framboise chocolate placed next to the square. Of course, after becoming an adult. Heroic Spirit Event Attire. Company dinner? That's a choice. It's an anniversary. I don't. All right, these 2 are gonna have very little, I assume.
They are brand new. They might only have 1, if they even have that in here yet. They do not.
What?
I know they have 1.
We got a craft essence. Hakuto Daisho. All right, let's see what we can do. 2 large and small bottles were given to Yui Masayuki by the Tokugawa shogun family for the Eigetsu no Gi ceremony. Everything from the scabbard to the tsuba to the handle is custom made in white. As long as he possessed this size, Masayuki Yui was regarded as a special person even among the shogun's retainers. In Edo, which was seen as a pruning event, the fourth shogun, Ieyatsuna, with whom he spoke only once, described Yui Masayuki as his soul like the whiteness of purity. I'm assuming Masayuki is a different way to read the Chinese characters used in his name than Shosetsu.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And I'm also assuming when it says 2 large and small bottles, they meant swords.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least that's my assumption. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't speak Japanese, but... Alright, Ushi-Gozen. Alright, let's see... Okay, no extra art, but we do have Ox King's Huge Divine Messenger. It's a little packed. Alright, let's see. Okay. The great treasure phantasm that is Ushi-Gozen's secret weapon. It is an extremely gigantic great divine messenger that hits the heavens. A little known fact is that in the past, the great divine messenger appeared on Earth only once. After Kanto manifested in Suzugamori, he united with Ushi-Gozen and brought endless destruction to the subjugation army led by Minamoto no Yorimitsu. It is said that in the end, he and Ushi-Gozen were defeated by his older brother Yorimitsu, and after separating from Ushi-Gozen, he went on a rampage and overran the Kanto plain. But Sagami province was defended by his lord Sakata Kintoki at Mount Ashigara. According to Chaldean records, Ushi-Gozen and Raikō are interpreted as different aspects of the same person, so the possibility of the former is low. All right.
So yeah, that took us a long. I don't even remember who's next. So you can say your piece while I check.
Yeah. Shit, it's been so long. I will say coming back to the designs did help remind me which of these servants I kind of liked more than others, which was helpful because generally this long after recording a video I wouldn't necessarily have remembered that. But this was a fun group of servants. I mean, it's basically another mega video for us, but this one was controversial opinion. I like this group of servants more than I like the round table. And that's not just a factor of the round table being so long and taking so long to do. But I do just really like this group of servants. I think they're really fun, and the designs are just like a little bit out there sometimes, and they're so colorful. I really appreciate kind of like colorful...
Could a part of that be, though, because you've seen so many depictions of the round table before, that this one doesn't necessarily stand out for you as much?
It might be. That's always a possibility.
Like, I've always kind of had that assumption whenever because I know I've followed the full timeline of your reactions to Artoria. That's always kind of been my assumption as to why you're a little let down by Artorias, because it's not...
Yeah, but also, I mean, I do always kind of like the more creative and sort of either the ones that are really well done and like traditional or very creative and colorful. Mm-hmm. I mean, even when we were going over the round table characters, you know, like one of my exceptions to generally not liking Artorias is Mecha Artoria, because they're so creative. Like, it's fun to look at, you know?
Like, if Fate's gonna go out there, go out there.
Yeah. And, like, of course, I like that there are a lot of versions of round table characters in kind of, like, the similar matching armor, but not exactly the same, like, different colors sort of customized. Mm-hmm. But I kind of wish then that we had every single round table character, like, depicted in that same armor style, just in sort of slight different variations. And we don't. We have certain characters depicted like that, but not others. Which
they don't have quite the united artists that this one does.
Yeah,
whereas this is all by the same artist, I'm pretty sure.
One or two artists, I think.
Yeah.
Which, it bothers me a little bit with Round Table. Like, you couldn't just do one art where they're all in, like, knightly outfit. Like, it would have looked so good together with how many servants there are, and you could have customized every single armor.
They do have artwork like that. Not of the full Round Table, because it's however many are released at any one time, but they have, like, one artist will do, like, this.
I know. I've seen them, too. We looked at them. It's just, you know, I want more.
So I need this video to come out already so we can't get any more addendums before it does.
What makes you think I'm leaving this in so that they know it's an addendum? What makes you think that? I'll just insert it.
The way we've talked about in previous parts would make it obvious that this was just how bad this had to be added onto.
Well, it's not my fault you decided to make it obvious.
I don't know. The mention that there was no playable writer in Samurai Remnant is gonna date us pretty hard.
That's not my fault.
I'm sorry, next time I will go and threaten the game developers before we release this.
Please do.
So I started us off here just so that we aren't immediately thrown into the page. Get an actual honest-to-God reaction out of this.
I'm gonna move this C or not.
But I'm going to start it easy. No need to go into any extra lore. Just playable Rider in Samurai Remnant. Playable Ushi-Gozen.
Okay. Yay! Ushi-Gozen! Ushi-Gozen looks really cool. You know what Ushi-Gozen kind of looks like? In Shaman King, the main character's spirit, who I cannot remember the name of right now, but I love that anime, and it kind of looks like that. Something... Oh, it's Amidamaru. His name is Amidamaru.
Has that same kind of armored look.
Yeah, with the big floating pauldrons out to the side. Yeah. I mean, it looks really cool.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh, you're right. I think that it's probably taken from something in like a specific armor type piece in Japan. But...
Yeah, I just, you know.
Because I think Ushi Wakamaru has a very similar thing on her design. So yeah, that's Ushi-Gozen. Playable in Samurai Remnant, finally.
Yay!
The next one actually does have lore, so we'll have to click into the wiki page next.
Oh. That wiki?
So then, no, like the Type Moon wiki.
Oh,
so we have a new playable Ibaraki-dōji. This one's
who I saw in the beginning of the other video.
This is a ruler class servant now, and sorry, I see you getting the cat.
Oh.
So. Ibaraki-dōji here is a ruler. As a ruler, is a divine spirit that was disturbed by the waxing moon ritual. In a rare act of actually being bothered by shit, Gilgamesh in the ruler class took one look at her and said, "Nah, we aren't even risking letting this bullshit out." And he just sort of started a tournament arc meant to drain the energy out of Ibuki before she could escape. This did not work. She is absurdly powerful enough that the vague threat of her rampage is actually enough to bring Gilgamesh to heel.
Aww.
Even Gilgamesh knows not to fuck with her.
I love that.
That said, she is shockingly laid back and gives absolutely no shits about anything and has no actual desire to rampage. It's just looking to have a little fun and enjoy the current Edo era.
I love that for her. So cute.
So every part of her body here is a viable appendage for attacking. Her hair, her
10
tail,
out of 10.
her head, her arms.
So what you're telling me is multi-attack.
Yes, and I will draw attention to something in this form that she didn't have in her other form. 4 arms.
Yeah, kind of. Is this supposed to be like Durga?
I think kind of it's going for that imagery. They do... Fate likes to... like with Ushi-Gozen, they tied Ushi-Gozen to Indra. Yeah. I'm wondering if they did something similar here with Ibuki.
Oh.
So as far as Noble Phantasms go, she has the Kusanagi no Tachi, which is the same as Saber Ibuki's.
The sword.
Yep. And then the other one is the... I need to check what that actually says, because I think my autocorrect is going to screw me over here, and I don't want to hear it from the fans.
T.H.E, you should read it out for him.
Okay, Type Moon Wiki, what do you say? It is the... I knew it. It's the Octo-Pulsing Carnage Strike Divine Laceration. But my autocorrect changed it to say October.
Oh, yeah, that would not make sense.
So here she attacks the enemy... She attacks the enemy with energy in the shape of Yamato no Orochi and finishes them off with a powerful strike from her sword. So, I actually have video of her in Samurai Remnant too.
hang on, kitty. Oh, damn.
Big snake lady.
It's Naga time! Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. It's Naga time! You are a spoiled kitty.
And that is Ibaraki-dōji, and that is hopefully the last we have to go over these Mount Oe servants until next year's updates at bare minimum.
Watch something else come out before updates.
It could come out before updates, just not before the Demons of Mount Oe video.
Watch it come out Watch it come out 2 days after Demons of Mount Oe.
And then we hit the addendum updates.
Yep.
I would die. I'd go jump off a bridge.
Hi, love. Is the face of absolute contentment.
We don't actually have to come up with an outro here. You can just paste this before our actual outro.
That's true.
Fuck off, guys. So our next servant is one we probably should have done a while ago.
Yeah, that one's on you. It's been so long.
So this next one I probably should have done in a previous video.
Yeah. I think I told you should have done it in a previous video.
Man. It's a welfare. There's your hint.
And it's a welfare we've technically already covered associated with servants too. So we'll see you next time. Like, comment, subscribe.